Chapter 38:10. Meng Jueguang's words were quite emotional, and it could even be said that his voice was tearful. Even a smart person like Su Lingchong was somewhat bewitched for a moment. The meaning of Meng Jueguang's words couldn't be clearer. If they wanted to deal with Lin Yi, this was the only way out. They had to throw resources at Meng Tong, so that he could reach the peak of the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm as soon as possible and regain their advantage in terms of strength and rank. Otherwise, they could only watch helplessly as Lin Yi and his gang continued to be arrogant. At that time, not only would their subordinates lose face, but more importantly, Su Lingchong, the young master, would lose face as well. If they couldn't even deal with Lin Yi, a mere newcomer in the secular world, then how could they talk about their great ambitions in the future? But how could it be easy to quickly raise Meng Tong, an expert in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, to the peak of the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm? If this guy's strength was profound and he had already touched the barrier between the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm and the peak of the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, then it would be fine. After all, this was only a matter of a foundation-breaking pill, so young Master Su had no reason to hesitate. The problem was that this guy had only been in the Foundation establishment realm for less than a month, and he didn't even rely on his own strength. Instead, he relied on the foundation-building pill and the foundation-building liquid to forcibly build his foundation. It could be said that the foundation of this guy, Meng Tong, was even worse than other experts in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated twice by Qiao Hongkai, who had only been in the foundation establishment realm for a few days. The martial arts technique that he cultivated, thousand kicks, could theoretically give him a lot of advantage against experts in the same level as him against Qiao Hongkai's cold iron palm. However, he still could only fight to a draw with Qiao Hongkai twice. This in itself was already very telling. To forcefully raise such a weak expert in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm to the peak of the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, even with young Master Su's background, it wasn't to the extent that he didn't have any means to do so. However, the resources that would be consumed was not something that a mere foundation-breaking pill could compare to. If the pill resources here were converted into spiritual medicine, it was definitely not as simple as a few hundred spirit jades, but at least 1,000 spirit jades. Such an enormous price was something that even a young master like Su Lingchong, who possessed an exceedingly deep background, would absolutely feel heartache to the point of spitting blood once he spent it. Moreover, if he really had such a powerful pill that could forcefully raise a person's level, why didn't he keep it for his own use? Why did he give it to Meng Tong, who wasn't even a trusted aide? But looking at the eager expressions of Meng Jueguang and the rest, Su Lingchong was, after all, a young master of a region. He still felt a little embarrassed. After all, what Meng Jueguang said was the truth. If he didn't think of a way to quickly raise Meng Tong's strength, then it would be very difficult to punish Lin Yi's group of idiots who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how clever Meng Jueguang was, in the end, he still couldn't replace Meng Tong. No matter how ingenious the plan was, in the end, not to mention Lin Yi himself, even his two subordinates might not be able to handle it. What else could he do? And if it wasn't a last resort, Su Lingchong didn't want to take the unorthodox path of assassinating Lin Yi. Even if this method was simple and direct, it would still leave behind something that could be used against him. If the people from the law enforcement hall were to sniff out any clues, then he, young Master Su, would be finished for the rest of his life. Before the core interests were involved, it was obviously not worth it for Su Lingchong to take such a risk to deal with a mere Lin Yi. The most realistic and reliable way was to let Meng Jueguang deal with him. After hesitating for a long time, Su Lingchong glanced at the pitiful Meng Tong. Then he turned to Meng Jueguang and said, "With Meng Tong's current conditions, if we want to forcibly raise his level, ordinary elixirs are definitely not enough. If we really want to do this, I think we can only try some unorthodox methods. What do you think, old Meng?" Unorthodox methods? Meng Jueguang was stunned, then he nodded repeatedly and said, "Young Master Su is wise, old Meng actually thinks so too. If it's ordinary elixirs, it's impossible to achieve the effect we need." Meng Tong was confused as he listened to the conversation between the two. He simply didn't know what the so-called unorthodox methods were. He only knew that young Master Su seemed to have agreed, and he was secretly delighted in his heart. Little did he know that anything that was called an unorthodox method meant that it wasn't an ordinary path. As everyone knew, when it came to cultivation, no matter how careful one was, one step would mean that every step would be wrong. The risks involved were not to be trifled with. In fact, whether it was Su Lingchong or Meng Jueguang, they were both well aware of this. With young Master Su's background, if he really wanted to help Meng Tong raise his level at all costs, there were definitely more reliable ways. For example, Lin Yi's method of using the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Foundation Establishment Barrier Breaking Pill. This kind of elixir combination could not only raise one's strength in a short period of time, but also had no side effects. Even if it failed, there would be no danger. Although young Master Su might not be able to get his hands on the Foundation Establishment Pill, he also had a way to get other elixirs to replace it. It was just that each of these elixirs was incomparably precious. Even if he spent thousands of spiritual jades, he might not be able to buy them. Even if young Master Su had them on hand, it was impossible for him to give them to Meng Tong. Moreover, even if young Master Su was truly righteous and generous to the point that he was willing to take out a pill of this level, it was absolutely impossible for it to fall into Meng Tong's hands. In the middle, Meng Jueguang would have already reached out and snatched it away. How could he leave it for such a foolish trash like Meng Tong? There was never a free lunch in the sky. Meng Tong actually foolishly believed in young Master Su and Meng Jueguang. He believed that these two people would really give him such great benefits. It could only be said that he was really blind. Seeing that Meng Jueguang had no objection, young Master Su directly ignored Meng Tong's reaction and immediately said, "Then let's do it this way. I happen to have a meridian heartbreaking pill in my collection. It was given to me by a senior alchemist a few years ago. As long as it is used well, it is enough to raise a level. It doesn't matter how poor the foundation is." It turns out to be the meridian heartbreaking pill. Meng Jueguang's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he heard this. He had also heard about this elixir by chance. It was a kind of extremely heaven-defying elixir, but at the same time it also made people shudder. Chapter 38:11. What did it feel like to have your heart broken? No one knew, because once the heart was broken, even the strongest practitioner would die without a doubt. However, ever since the meridian heart-shattering pill was invented, it forced living people to experience the pain of a broken heart that was worse than death. Once consumed, before breaking through to the next level, they could only endure the pain. If they were stuck there for the rest of their lives, they would only be freed when they died. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the meridian heart-shattering pill was a pill that tormented oneself. No matter how miraculous its effects were, no one dared to use it because of the strong side effects. Once consumed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The person who created this elixir was a genius elixir refiner, and it was said that he was extremely talented, even on par with the current miracle doctor Zhang Liju. But different from Zhang Liju, this genius elixir refiner had never been recognized by the mainstream of the practitioner's world. Because he created all sorts of unorthodox recipes, he was classified as an evil practitioner, and was hunted by the righteous sections. All he could do was hide from them, until one day his wife, who he had been relying on for survival, was surrounded and killed by cultivators of the righteous sections. Due to his lack of strength, he could only watch helplessly as his wife died. From that day onwards, this genius alchemist officially joined the evil cultivators' camp, in order to remind him not to forget the humiliation he had suffered, and at the same time to quickly improve his strength. The meridian heart-shattering pill was created. However, although the effects of the meridian heart-shattering pill were heaven-defying and its side effects were shocking, because the pill formula was rarely circulated on the market and there were very few alchemists who could refine it, its reputation was far from matching its heaven-defying effects. It was only circulated among a very small number of alchemists and well-informed people. If it wasn't for luck, even someone as experienced as Meng Jueguang wouldn't have heard of it, much less a newbie like Meng Tong. Even now, Meng Tong was still completely unaware of the hidden danger in this place. He was even daydreaming about it. The name Meridian Heart-Shattering Pill sounded like something incredible. Could it be that after using this pill, he would be able to shatter someone's heart with just a wave of his hand? More importantly, it could forcibly raise one's strength by a level. What an amazing pill! Old Meng. It shouldn't be a problem to give this Meridian Heart-Shattering Pill to Meng Tong, right? Su Lingchong asked again. He was well aware of the side effects of the Meridian heart-shattering pill, so even though he knew that this pill was very rare, he didn't feel bad about it. After all, he definitely wouldn't use it himself. It could only be a collector's item in his hands. If he could use it to deal with Lin Yi, that would be making the best use of everything. As for whether or not Meng Tong's life would be ruined after taking it, that was not within his scope of consideration. In the end, trash like Meng Tong was nothing in his eyes. He couldn't even be considered an underling. At best, he was just a chess piece. Since he was a chess piece, he naturally didn't need to consider anything like human rights. After using him, if he was destroyed, then so be it. He could just find another one. However, Meng Jueguang was different. Not only was Meng Tong his underling, but they were also relatives. If he watched Meng Tong jump into the fire pit without saying a word, then not only would he be blamed by Meng Tong in the future, he would also be too ashamed to face anyone when he returned home. Young Master Su still valued Meng Jueguang, so at this time he still had to ask for Meng Jueguang's opinion. Meng Jueguang couldn't help but hesitate. Even if Meng Tong was his relative, Meng Tong was still his most loyal underling. No matter how black-bellied Meng Jueguang was, he still had to consider his own reputation. After all, if even Meng Tong was tricked by him, then if this matter was spread out, who would be willing to work for him, Meng Jueguang? However, while Meng Jueguang was hesitating, Meng Tong, who didn't know what was going on, jumped out impatiently and volunteered. Young Master Su, I can do it. I won't let young Master Su down. Ninth cousin brother, say something. At the same time, Meng Tong secretly tugged on Meng Jueguang's sleeves, hinting him to quickly agree. Meng Jueguang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The saying that the ignorant are fearless is true. It was rare for him to be kind and hesitate for a while, but in the end, Meng Tong was rushing into the fire pit himself. He couldn't even stop him. And looking at this situation, if he didn't quickly agree on his behalf, he might even think that he was blocking his way, and he would bear a grudge for no reason. In desperation, Meng Jueguang could only nod at Su Lingchong and said, "Thank you, young Master Su, for your generous reward." "Thank you, young Master Su, for your generous reward." Meng Tong also hurriedly expressed his gratitude, his face full of joy. Seeing this, Meng Jueguang could only shake his head speechlessly. Although he also knew that as long as he explained the stakes clearly to Meng Tong, no matter how brainless Meng Tong was, he would definitely not rush to take this elixir. But how could he say it in this situation? Disregarding everything else, just the fact that young Master Su was glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey made it difficult for Meng Jueguang to explain in detail. After all, young Master Su had brought up the Meridian heart-shattering pill because they had asked for it. If they were to be picky and refuse to cooperate, then where would young Master Su put his face? On one hand, Meng Tong, this idiot, was rushing to jump into the fire pit, and on the other hand, he still had to take into account young Master Su's face. So, for Meng Jueguang, taking advantage of the situation and agreeing was the only choice he could make. As for whether Meng Tong would bear a grudge in the future, this was no longer in the scope of Meng Jueguang's consideration. Who asked this guy to rush into it? This was all Meng Tong's own idea. Meng Jueguang never said a single word of instigation. At that time, even if someone wanted to blame someone, it wouldn't be his head. Okay, then let's do it this way. I'll go back and look for it. After 2 days, I'll ask someone to send this Meridian heart-shattering elixir over. Old Meng, you also help Meng Tong prepare well. The effect of this elixir is heaven-defying, which means that the medicinal effect is very overbearing. If we don't make thorough preparations in advance, it might be dangerous. Su Lingchong instructed. Chapter 38:12. For an unorthodox pill like the Meridian heart-shattering pill, one had to be even more careful when taking it. Ignoring one's foundation and forcibly increasing one's strength by 1 level, what kind of concept was that? Even if it was the foundation establishment pill, its effect could only let Lin Yi touch the barrier of the early stage of foundation establishment in advance, but it could not let him become an expert of the early stage of foundation establishment in one go. From this aspect, the effect of the Meridian heart-shattering pill was even higher than the foundation establishment pill. Even without considering the side effects of the heartbreaking pain, just based on the overbearing effect of increasing one's strength, one could think of the hidden risks in it even with one's toes. What's more, Meng Tong's current state was that he had yet to recover from his serious injuries. If he didn't make any preparations and just let him take it for free, let alone advance to the early stage of foundation establishment, he probably wouldn't even be able to feel the heartbreaking pain and would have to report to the underworld directly. Although Meng Tong didn't have much of a brain, he still had this bit of common sense. Hearing Su Lingchong's words, he thought that Su Lingchong was concerned about him, and immediately said gratefully, "Young Master Su, you really care about your subordinates too much. To be able to work under you is simply a blessing that can't be cultivated for several lifetimes." It was just that young Master Su didn't care about the life or death of Meng Tong. He only cared about whether the Meridian Heart-Shattering Pill would go to waste. Although the Meridian Heart-Shattering Pill's side effects were terrible, it was still a very rare pill, and its effect was indeed heaven-defying. Even if Su Lingchong didn't know how to take it himself, if it was wasted without any effect, he would still feel some heartache. Towards Meng Tong's brainless display of loyalty, Su Lingchong could only speechlessly roll his eyes. How could an idiot like you, who was cheated by others and still helped them with money, be worthy of being my subordinate? At most, you're just cannon fodder. Meng Jueguang could only smile awkwardly, looking at Meng Tong's eyes with pity and helplessness. He really didn't know what to say to such a brainless cousin. At this moment, Lin Yi and the others looked at Su Lingchong and Meng Jueguang's group muttering nonstop. They couldn't help but feel suspicious. What the hell are these guys up to this time? This was a very natural connection. After all, young Master Su was Meng Jueguang's big backer. Now that Meng Jueguang saw that he couldn't do anything to them, the only choice left was to seek help from young Master Su. "Boss, why don't we make a guess? Let's see what these guys will do next." Xiao Hongkai didn't seem worried at all as he smiled at Lin Yi and the others. Recently, he was in a pretty good mood. Due to the 2 consecutive fights with Meng Tong, which resulted in both sides suffering heavy losses, he quickly adapted to the strength of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. His strength had completely stabilized. If he hadn't fought those 2 tough battles with Meng Tong, he wouldn't have been able to reach this level under normal circumstances. It would have taken at least half a month or even more than a month of bitter cultivation. But now he had accomplished it in just a few days. It would be strange if he was not in a good mood. Senior Brother Bitter smiled and said, "In my opinion, Senior Brother Meng and the others may want to get a few elixirs like the limit of the golden elixir. Senior Brother Meng and the others may want to get a few elixirs like the limit of the golden elixir. In the current situation, apart from elixirs like the limit of the golden elixir that can instantly increase strength, they can't do anything to these junior brothers with just Meng Tongyi. The limit of the golden elixir could increase one's strength in a short period of time. In this way, even if they were all in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, it would be impossible for Qiao Hongkai to defeat Meng Tong, who had taken the limit of the golden elixir. Moreover, there was at least a 3-day buffer between each round of the challenge. As long as the plan was in place, they could completely avoid the weakness period of the limit of the golden elixir. In Senior Brother Bitter's understanding, this was already the best solution he could think of. In fact, it was indeed feasible and the price was not high. It was only a limit of the golden elixir. Regarding Senior Brother Bitter's words, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai agreed. However, only Lin Yi shook his head thoughtfully. If it was only Meng Jueguang himself, it wouldn't be strange for him to use the limit of the golden elixir. But now even young Master Su Lingchong has appeared. If it's still limited to the limit of the golden elixir, it's too small of a fight. It doesn't seem like this young master's style. In my opinion, what they're plotting is definitely not as simple as a few rounds of the challenge. There must be some kind of higher-level method. Lin Yi analyzed. Yes, that's right. Junior Brother Lin's words make more sense. Senior Brother Bitter and the others nodded in unison when they heard this. Indeed, as Lin Yi said, although Senior Brother Bitter's idea was reliable, it was only limited to Meng Jueguang's level. With Meng Jueguang's background, being able to help Meng Tong obtain the limit of the golden elixir was already considered to have done his best. However, he didn't consider that there was still young Master Su standing behind him. For a young master at Su Lingchong's level, the limit of the golden elixir was obviously too small of a deal. If it was just a discussion about a mere limit of the golden elixir, how could he discuss it with Meng Jueguang and the others for such a long time with his identity? Moreover, Lin Yi and the others clearly saw that Su Lingchong had hesitation in the beginning. To be able to make him, young Master Su, hesitate in his heart, what kind of big move was this? In that case, we have to guard against them in the future. Otherwise, even if Meng Tong can't deal with us, with this young Master Su and Meng Jueguang's crafty plots, it's also impossible to guard against them. Xiao Ran said with a solemn expression. Lin Yi nodded. Yes, but there's no need to worry too much. If soldiers come, we'll deal with them. In the end, strength is the way of the king. For the time being, Meng Jueguang only has Meng Tong, who is in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. This is a fact that no one can change. I actually hope that this scum, Meng Tong, will quickly eat some awesome medicinal pill before challenging me. Otherwise, with his pitiful courage, I reckon that he will never dare to challenge me again in this lifetime. Xiao Hongkai laughed. Although both sides were defeated twice in a row for Xiao Hongkai, who had just succeeded in the foundation establishment realm a few days ago and was at a great disadvantage in terms of martial skills, this was already the same as the weak defeating the strong. As for Meng Tong, who originally had the absolute upper hand, there was probably already a shadow in his heart. If there was no huge breakthrough in his strength, it would be very difficult for him to have the confidence to face Xiao Hongkai, and it was even more impossible for him to defeat Xiao Hongkai and wash away his previous shame. Just wait, I believe that they won't let you down. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Chapter 38:13. Putting aside the fact that his hidden strength wasn't something that someone like Meng Tong could compete with, just the fact that he had planted two spies, Li Zhongming and Zhong Pingliang, was enough to give him the upper hand in many things. Naturally, he didn't have to worry too much about the so-called conspiracies. In the 5th round of the newcomer challenge, because of the arrival of Su Lingchong's group, every match was full of the smell of gunpowder, but there weren't too many twists and turns. In the end, Li Zhongming defeated the challenger once again. As for Lin Yi, the publicly recognized #1 newcomer, he played an entire round of soy sauce. After the challenge ended, the newcomers dispersed. However, Li Zhongming, who had just won a match and gained a lot of points, didn't look much better because of this. He didn't go back to his cave like the other newcomers, but went straight to find Meng Jueguang, his real support and name. Senior brother Meng, I have some ideas about Lin Yi's group. I don't know if I can report it to you, senior brother? Li Zhongming deliberately squeezed out a smile and walked to Meng Jueguang's side. Oh, Zhongming, what ideas do you have? Tell me. Hearing that it was related to Lin Yi, Meng Jueguang immediately became interested. However, Meng Tong, who was beside him, curled his lips in disdain. He's just a heaven stage full cycle, what ideas can he have? It's just empty talk, a waste of time. Although Meng Tong had not recovered from his serious injuries, because of what happened just now, his spirit was completely different from before. He was completely immersed in the joy of becoming a peak early stage foundation establishment master. A mere heaven stage full cycle like Li Zhongming was nothing to him. Hearing that, Li Zhongming couldn't help but want to curse. Damn Meng Tong, if you didn't get the foundation elixir from Su Lingchong and use it together with the foundation elixir, do you think you can succeed in building your foundation? Come to think of it, during the trial in the back mountain, if I hadn't sacrificed my own elixirs and cooperated with you, you wouldn't even have been able to obtain this foundation establishment pill. Now, you actually have the face to mock me for being weak? This person is too shameless. However, Li Zhongming suppressed his anger. Ignoring Meng Tong's sarcastic remarks, he turned to Meng Jueguang and said, Senior Marshal Brother Meng, you saw it too. Lin Yi's group already has 3 early-stage foundation building cultivators, while we only have Boss Meng Tong. If this goes on, the overall gap will only grow bigger and bigger. So I think the most important thing right now is to do it. We need to find someone to share the burden with Boss Meng Tong. Only then can we block Lin Yi's attack and regain the initiative in the future. Hearing that, Meng Jueguang immediately fell silent. They were all smart people. Although Li Zhongming didn't say it directly, his meaning was already very clear. He wanted to be like Meng Tong. Stand up and deal with Lin Yi's group. If it was just this simple hot-blooded idea, Meng Jueguang wouldn't be put in a difficult position. The key was that Li Zhongming wasn't a brainless trash like Meng Tong. With his current strength of heaven stage, wanting to stand up and challenge Lin Yi's group of 3 early-stage foundation-building cultivators was simply a fool's talk. Moreover, he would absolutely not do that. The key point of Li Zhengming's words was that he wanted to become the person who could share the burden with Meng Tong, and the prerequisite was naturally that he had that kind of strength. At the very least, he had to be an early-stage foundation building expert. And if he wanted to break through to foundation building in a short period of time, then he must have the coordination of medicinal pills. Not to mention the foundation building elixir like Meng Tong did. At the very least, a foundation building elixir was the most basic. This was what Meng Jueguang found difficult. In terms of strength and loyalty, in his opinion, Li Zhengming was already qualified enough. Normally, giving him a foundation building elixir wouldn't be a big deal. But the problem was that he didn't have a foundation building elixir on hand. For a young master like Su Lingchong, a mere foundation building elixir was nothing in his eyes. Even if it was foundation building elixir that couldn't be bought in the market, he could get it with just a call. But for Meng Jueguang, this matter wasn't so easy to handle. Although he was the big brother in charge of the newcomers in Blue Cloud Pavilion and was in charge of the distribution of the newcomers' benefits, it seemed like he had quite a bit of power, but the resources in his hands had never included the foundation building elixir. One had to know that in the early years, due to the lack of resources, the Welcome Pavilion didn't even provide the foundation building elixir to the newcomers. If the newcomers wanted to break through to foundation building, the biggest thing they relied on was the training cave and a bit of spirit jade. The foundation building elixir, on the other hand, was a benefit that had only appeared in recent years, and the quantity was extremely limited. Usually, it would be left for the last few newcomers with the best performance. Until this year, due to the special care of the miracle Dr. Zhang Liju, who was far away in Middle Island, the amount of foundation building elixir distributed to the Welcome Pavilion had increased exponentially. This was why the first month of the Back Mountain trials was rewarded with foundation building elixir. This was something unimaginable in previous years. But even so, with Meng Jueguang's position, he still couldn't interfere with the distribution of the foundation building elixir. The reason was simple. He was only a senior disciple in charge of the Welcome Pavilion, and he was far from qualified. In the entire Welcome Pavilion, there were only 2 people who had the right to speak on the distribution of the foundation building elixir. One was the head Hu Yunfeng, and the other was the vice head Feng Song. According to the rules, the third head had a certain amount of right to speak, but Lu Bianren had long since become a marginal character, and he was about to be kicked out, so naturally, he wasn't considered. If it was said that Meng Jueguang had already replaced Lu Bianren as the third head, he would be able to interfere with the distribution of the foundation building elixir out of respect for young Master Su, but unfortunately, he wasn't the third head yet. The distribution of the foundation building elixir had nothing to do with him, and as a master who was about to break through to the middle phase of the foundation building elixir, there was no way he would store elixirs that he couldn't use. What could he do? However, if Meng Jueguang just rejected Li Zhengming's request and said that he couldn't do anything about it, it wouldn't make sense. This wasn't because he suddenly found his conscience, but because of all sorts of deeper concerns. Not only was it embarrassing to do this in front of his follower, but if word of this got out, it would be a huge blow to his reputation as the head senior disciple. After all, Li Zhengming was the first new disciple under him, other than Meng Tong. Compared to the other new disciples, Li Zhengming was obviously stronger, and it could be said that he was willing to work without complaint. Even if he didn't make any big contributions, at least he had put in blood, sweat, and tears. Chapter 38:14. Biased, useless, mean, ungrateful. Once these rumors spread, the hearts of the rookies under him would scatter. Once the hearts of the rookies were scattered, it would be difficult to gather them again. If even the rookies under him no longer took his words seriously, then what difference would there be between him, the so-called big senior brother in charge, and this kind of transparent, marginalized person? Meng Jueguang was very clear that even if he had already latched onto a big tree like Su Lingchong, if he wanted to be valued in the future, then he still needed to have enough strength. This strength did not only refer to himself, but also to the rookies under him. These people were the foundation for him to soar in the future. Therefore, Meng Jueguang could not just reject Li Zhengming. Even if he did not have a foundation establishment pill, he would at least have to give a reasonable answer. After hesitating for a while, Meng Jueguang finally said hesitantly, "Zhengming, I am very gratified that you have such intentions. However, it's a pity that I don't have a foundation establishment pill on hand right now. Otherwise, why would I need you to ask? I would have given it to you long ago, right? Hearing this, Li Zhengming's heart immediately sank. Although he had secretly become Lin Yi's spy, what he told Meng Jiaguang about wanting to break through to Foundation establishment was not a lie at all. As one of the top 5 rookies in Blue Cloud Pavilion, the other 4 were already early-stage Foundation establishment experts. Only he, Li Zhengming, was still struggling at Heaven Stage Great Circle. Moreover, he could not see any hope. This kind of feeling was really a kind of torture for him. Although he carried a blood feud and wanted to keep a low profile, this low profile also had a limit. If he, Li Zhengming, watched helplessly as the people around him, whose talents were not as good as his, reached Foundation establishment successfully, and he, Li Zhengming, remained at Heaven Stage Great Circle without moving, then it would not be low profile but idiotic. Therefore, Li Zhengming really wanted to break through to Foundation establishment. Moreover, he did not ask for much, just a Foundation establishment pill. Logically speaking, Li Zhengming was now Lin Yi's spy, and this kind of thing could be brought up to Lin Yi. However, he hadn't been on Lin Yi's side for long. Apart from sending a few letters of intelligence, he felt that he had not done anything for Lin Yi. He didn't have any outstanding achievements. Strictly speaking, when he first joined Lin Yi's side, he was forced to save his life after his sneak attack failed. It was not voluntary, so Lin Yi spared his life was already a great kindness. Therefore, he really did not have the face to ask Lin Yi for this. In contrast, the current situation happened to be that Lin Yi's group was in an absolute advantage, and Meng Jiaguang also needed someone to stand up and share the pressure for him. Therefore, Li Zhengming wanted to take this opportunity to ask Meng Jiaguang. Looking at his past achievements, coupled with the current grim situation, Meng Jiaguang should try to get him a Foundation establishment pill. But unexpectedly, Meng Jiaguang did not have this intention at all. Although he said that he did not have a Foundation establishment pill, this sentence was very likely to be the truth, but if he did not have it, couldn't he think of a way? It must be known that Meng Tong, who was also a subordinate of this big senior brother, had consumed a large number of rare pills. Not to mention the Foundation establishment pill, the Foundation establishment liquid, and even the 4th grade Great Recover pill, which was known as a life-saving divine pill. Moreover, there were 2 of them. On Meng Tong, who was a piece of trash that couldn't even be supported by a wall, he was willing to invest such a large amount of his hard-earned capital. As for him, who was similarly loyal and devoted, or at least had been a loyal and devoted little brother before, he wasn't even willing to part with a single Foundation establishment pill, favoring one and discriminating against the other. This kind of conduct really made one's heart go cold. Fortunately, back then, he was wise enough to secretly rely on boss Lin Yi as a spy. Otherwise, if he really wholeheartedly followed Meng Jiaguang, this kind of trash, to rely on a mountain and work like a cow or a horse, then he, Li Zhengming, would really be blind walking down a dark path. Seeing Li Zhengming's disappointed expression, Meng Jiaguang also knew that his actions were somewhat unjustifiable. After thinking for a while, he then added, however, although senior brother does not have a Foundation establishment pill on hand, I have specially prepared 3 sets of elixir ingredients to refine the Foundation establishment pill for you, Zhengming. When we return, I can give them to you. As long as you find an alchemist to help you, not to mention 1 Foundation establishment pill, even 3 Foundation establishment pills will be fine. I guarantee that it will be enough for you to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Li Zhengming was stunned. At first, he thought that it was rare for Meng Jiaguang to find his conscience, but in the end it was actually to give him the ingredients and let him find an alchemist to refine the Foundation establishment pill himself. Are you fucking kidding me? Although the Foundation establishment pill was an extremely rare pill for a Heaven Stage Great Circle expert like him, strictly speaking it could not be considered rare at all. The elixir ingredients needed to refine the Foundation establishment pill were basically some common goods. A set of Foundation establishment pill ingredients, even if measured by the market price, would at most be worth 3 or 4 pieces of spiritual jade. 3 sets of Foundation establishment pill ingredients added together at most would be worth the price of 10 pieces of spiritual jade. In other words, Meng Jiaguang would at most be willing to spend 10 pieces of spiritual jade on him, Li Zhengming. Wanting him to invest more than this, there was no way. Even Meng Jiaguang was not willing to even take out 10 pieces of spiritual jade. Although his words sounded very nice, saying that it was specially prepared for Li Zhengming, But common goods like the foundation establishment pill ingredients did not need to be specially prepared at all. Any cultivator with a little bit of background, after unconsciously accumulating in the past, would be able to casually dig out a few sets of these elixir ingredients from their personal storage. At the end of the day, these elixir ingredients were simply dispensable goods to Meng Jueguang. They were thrown into a corner, trash that he would normally not even bother to take a look at. But now, he took advantage of the situation and said that they were elixir ingredients that were specially prepared for Li Zhengming. If it was not for the fact that he had been carrying a blood feud for so many years and had trained a body of extraordinary forbearance, Li Zhengming would have directly scolded out loud. You Meng Jueguang, do you have to trick your own people like this? If he directly shook his head and refused, even if he was mean and ungrateful, at least it could be said to be open and above board. In the end, Meng Jueguang not only did not want to give him the foundation establishment pill, but also had to worry about his reputation. So, he stubbornly used these elixir ingredients that even he himself looked down upon to deceive him, and even made it seem like he was very magnanimous and considerate of his subordinates. What did it mean to be a whore and also to have a chastity? This was it. Before Li Zhengming could say anything, Meng Tong, who was at the side, jumped up in shock. Fuck, 3 sets of foundation establishment pill ingredients. This was 3 building foundation Don. 9th cousin brother, you are too biased. You have never given me so much before. Chapter 38:15. Li Zhengming's face darkened even further. A perfectly reasonable and legitimate request was casually duped by someone else with some scraps. How could this be considered as taking advantage of others and being secretly happy? If it was Meng Tong, you'd better show me how happy you are. 3 sets of foundation building pill materials in theory were indeed enough to refine 3 foundation building pills. It was also enough for him, Li Zhengming, to break through to foundation building realm. But the problem was, as a mere newcomer in Blue Cloud Pavilion, where would he find the financial resources to find a pill master to help refine it? At the pill hall, no matter what kind of pill was refined, other than needing to provide the materials himself, there was another basic condition, which was to hand over 200 spiritual jades. One had to know that even senior brother Ku Bai, who had many years of savings, couldn't meet this condition, let alone Li Zhengming, a mere heaven stage great circle newcomer? The greatest value of a pill wasn't in the materials, but in the refining process. Not to mention 3 sets of materials, even if it was 5 or 8 sets, no pill master could guarantee that they could definitely refine one foundation building pill. Putting aside the pill hall, if he wanted to go to the city square to buy a foundation establishment pill, it would cost at least 250 spirit jades. He, Li Zhengming, simply did not have this purchasing power. In other words, the 3 sets of foundation building pill materials that Meng Jueguang gave him were completely useless. Meng Jueguang must have completely expected this result, but he still had to pretend to be a good person here. Looking at Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong's faces, thinking about how blind he was to sell his life for these kinds of people, Li Zhengming simply felt disgusted from the bottom of his heart. Then thank you, senior brother Meng, for your concern. Li Zhengming could only forcefully suppress his sullen depression and feign civility with the other party. Meng Jueguang chuckled. Zhengming, it's good that you can understand my painstaking efforts. I'm very gratified. Work hard in the future. I definitely won't mistreat you. Of course, I definitely won't disappoint senior brother Meng's expectations. The corner of Li Zhengming's mouth twitched unconsciously. How stupid must I be to believe Meng Jueguang's bullshit that he wouldn't mistreat me? Now that things had come to this, he had completely lost hope in Meng Jueguang. If not for the fact that he wanted to continue working as a mole for Lin Yi, he even had the intention to fall out with the other party in front of everyone. Fortunately, his forbearance was far above that of an ordinary person. No matter how disgusted he felt, he would not let it go. He could also continue to endure it. In addition to the consideration of continuing to be a spy for Lin Yi, what Meng Tong said just now also made him very concerned. Meng Tong actually said that he was about to advance a step further. Just now, when Su Lingchong and Meng Jueguang were talking, they purposely found a remote corner. Even Li Zhengming couldn't get too close, so he didn't know what these people were planning. However, he could already be sure that what these people were talking about was definitely related to the words that Meng Tong blurted out just now. As for Meng Tong's casual words, If one carefully pondered over them, there was a great mystery hidden in this. Meng Tong had just built his foundation not long ago. Furthermore, he relied on the foundation-building elixir and foundation-building elixir to barely succeed. Logically speaking, with his foundation, he wouldn't be able to advance a step further within a few years. But this guy actually shouted out such words now. And judging from this tone, these words shouldn't be Meng Tong's daydreaming. It was real and practical. Then the biggest possibility was that Su Lingchong and Meng Jueguang had reached some kind of agreement in private. And to be able to let Meng Tong advance a step further in a short period of time, it could be seen that young Master Su was preparing to pay a big price again. Although with Li Zhengming's vision it was hard to imagine anything that could let Meng Tong, this kind of trash with a weak foundation, advance a step further in a short period of time, there was no doubt about this information. It had to be revealed to Boss Lin Yi as soon as possible, so that they could prepare early. Li Zhengming knew that with Lin Yi's hidden strength at the peak of the early stage of foundation building, even if Meng Tong was able to advance a step further, it was still impossible for him to pose any substantial threat to him. However, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai were different. Although the two of them were already in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, if they were to face Meng Tong, who was at the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, it would be very bad for them. After receiving 3 sets of foundation-building elixir materials from Meng Jueguang, late that night, Li Zhengming took advantage of the fact that there was no one in the surroundings and went to Lin Yi's cave number 1 at the foot of the mountain. "Zhengming, why did you come personally?" Seeing Li Zhengming appear at the entrance of his cave, Lin Yi couldn't help but be astonished, and then immediately led him into the cave. As Lin Yi's spy, in order to ensure his concealment and safety, under normal circumstances, Li Zhengming had to avoid any contact with Lin Yi. Even if he wanted to pass on information, it would be through secret codes and notes, and absolutely not face-to-face communication. After all, no matter what, Meng Jueguang could be considered a cunning old fox. Moreover, with so many new Blue Cloud Pavilion members under his command, he had many eyes and ears. No matter how careful Li Zhengming was, once he came into contact with Lin Yi, it would be very easy for him to give himself away, and the outcome would be very hard to say. Since ancient times, traitors were always more hateful than enemies. Perhaps Meng Jueguang wouldn't do anything to Lin Yi's underlings like Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai, but if he discovered that Li Zhengming had betrayed him and become Lin Yi's spy, he might really take the risk and kill him out of desperation. However, the reason why Li Zhengming took the risk to personally appear at Lin Yi's cave this time was because he had another purpose. "Boss Lin Yi, I inadvertently found out some information from Meng Tong's words today, and I feel that I need to report it to you." Li Zhengming's face was serious, and he immediately told everything that Meng Tong had said before, as well as his own analysis and conjecture, to Lin Yi. "There's actually such a thing? It seems that this young Master Su is really willing to invest this kind of capital on Meng Tong. He really thinks highly of me." After listening, Lin Yi couldn't help but be stunned and speechless. His analysis was exactly the same as Li Zhengming's. Although he didn't know what kind of capital Su Lingchong and Meng Jueguang were prepared to invest, one thing was certain, and that was, as Lin Yi had previously guessed, the other party couldn't hold back and was going to make a move. From Meng Tong's words, it could already eliminate the possibility that senior brother had previously speculated. What he meant was definitely not as simple as using the limit of the gold core to temporarily increase his strength, but to actually increase his strength from the early stage of the foundation establishment realm to the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. Chapter 38:16. No matter how much a trash like Meng Tong leveled up, he wouldn't be a threat to Lin Yi. However, he had to think about his underlings. If they were caught off guard and lost one of Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai, the loss would be unacceptable. "Boss Lin, you're being too serious. This is all part of my responsibility. I don't deserve your thanks." Li Zhengming was moved. As expected, comparisons were odious. Both of them were new bosses, but when comparing Lin Yi to Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. "You deserve it. If it weren't for your information, something might have happened to them. So you don't have to be humble. I'll remember your contributions." Lin Yi smiled and patted Li Zhengming. Li Zhengming was touched. Then he blushed and said, "It's a pity that I didn't dare to continue probing with Meng Tong. Otherwise, with Meng Tong's arrogant and stupid behavior, it wouldn't be difficult to get the specific plan out of his mouth. It's fine. It's right that you didn't continue probing with him. Otherwise, with a sly old fox like Meng Jueguang watching from the side, it would be easy for him to see something fishy. There's no need to lose the big picture because of small things. After all, safety comes first. Lin Yi comforted him. Then he added, "Moreover, your information is enough for me." Lin Yi wasn't being arrogant. He was speaking the truth. He suddenly remembered that when Su Lingchong and Meng Jueguang were discussing in private, Miss Shangguan was present the whole time. Whether it was Su Lingchong or Meng Jueguang, they were consciously avoiding the eyes and ears of others. Even their underlings like Li Zhengming were not allowed to get close to them. However, they couldn't criticize Miss Shangguan. Shangguan Lanner's status was even higher than Su Lingchong's. In addition, she deliberately pretended to be at loggerheads with Lin Yi. Whenever she wanted to hear something, she wouldn't hesitate. Su Lingchong and Meng Jueguang couldn't wait to please her. Why would they stop her? So, even if he couldn't find out the specific content of the plan from Li Zhengming, since he was already aware of this, Lin Yi could find a suitable opportunity to ask Miss Shangguan about it. After saying that, Lin Yi suddenly slapped his forehead. "Right, I've got nothing to do these 2 days, so I'm planning to start refining pills. Zhengming, you can go back and adjust yourself a bit. I'll give you 2 foundation pills when the time comes. Then I can start preparing to break through to the foundation establishment realm." As soon as Lin Yi said this, Li Zhengming was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat, and he almost cried. The reason why he had personally come to look for Lin Yi today, apart from providing him with information, was mainly because of the matter regarding the foundation establishment pills. Li Zhengming didn't really want to ask Lin Yi because he didn't feel like he had done much. But to him, breaking through to foundation building was the most important thing right now. Otherwise, if this continued, they would fall behind others, and in the future they would not be able to compete. Previously, he had been rebuffed by Meng Jueguang. Now that he had turned to Lin Yi, the real boss, for help, Li Zhengming had no choice but to do so. This could be determined from the fact that Xiao Hongkai and Xiao Ran both succeeded in breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. The foundation establishment pill that Lin Yi had received as a reward from the Back Mountain trial should have already been given to Xiao Hongkai. And as a newcomer, it was basically impossible for him to have a second foundation establishment pill on hand. But now Li Zhengming wasn't looking for Lin Yi to ask for a foundation establishment pill. But he wanted to ask Lin Yi to help him refine a foundation establishment pill. After all, he had just received 3 sets of ingredients for refining the foundation establishment pill from Meng Jueguang, and Lin Yi had long been an alchemist in the secular world. This was already an open secret. But even if Lin Yi was an alchemist, he might not have the ability to refine a foundation establishment pill. He might not necessarily have the ability to refine a foundation establishment pill. But now Li Zhengming had no other choice but to look for Lin Yi to try his luck. However, what Li Zhengming didn't expect was that before he could even think of how to ask, Lin Yi had already taken the initiative to bring it up. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Lin Yi didn't make any additional requests. It was purely for the sake of helping him break through to the foundation establishment realm. On one side was Meng Jueguang's deceit, on the other side was Lin Yi's righteousness. With such a sharp contrast, if Li Zhengming still didn't shed tears, then he would really be said to be heartless. Only when there was a contrast would there be a difference in superiority and inferiority. Compared to Lin Yi, Meng Jueguang, this time in Li Zhengming's heart, it was as if he had been trampled into a cave. There was no comparison at all. "Boss Lin Yi, actually, the reason I came to find you today, other than to report the information, is to ask you to help me refine the foundation establishment pill." Li Zhengming rubbed his nose and suppressed his emotions. Then he took out the 3 sets of ingredients that Meng Jueguang had given him and handed them to Lin Yi. "Oh? You've even prepared the ingredients for the foundation establishment pill? That's not bad. It saves me the trouble of making a trip out." Seeing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Although the ingredients for refining the foundation establishment pill were common goods that could be bought in the market square, Lin Yi didn't have enough on hand. After all, even if he had the intention to prepare his own spirit medicine storehouse, it had only been a short period of time and was far from enough. If Li Zhengming didn't take them out, he would have to make a trip to the market square for a few of the spirit medicine storehouses. During the day, he had used his first impression to trick Wuxia, so that he wouldn't connect the two identities of Lin Yi and Lin Er together. However, even if he used his toes to think, he would know that Wuxia and his master Nan Tianyong would definitely stay in the market square and continue to investigate. If they didn't dig out Lin Er, they absolutely wouldn't give up. Therefore, if Lin Yi went to the market square with the identity of Lin Er, it would be quite risky. If he wasn't careful, he could be blocked by Wuxia and Nan Tianyong. Although Lin Yi didn't need to be afraid of Wuxia, the other side still had Nan Tianyong, a guy who was able to sit in the position of supervising deacon of Soaring Sky Pavilion. His strength could be imagined. He was definitely not a small matter. Once he was blocked by these two people, with Lin Yi's current strength at the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment stage, he would definitely be in danger. However, if he didn't use the identity of Lin Yi and instead used Lin Yi's original appearance to go to the market square, it would be even easier for people to be suspicious. After all, the good jade that Lin Yi had in his possession had already been exchanged for useless jade. If he were to buy anything in the market square, once it was seen by someone with ulterior motives, it was very likely that it would cause Meng Jueguang and the others to become suspicious. That would be somewhat bad. Chapter 38:17. But now, for the sake of Li Zhengming, he decided to take some risks and make a trip. After all, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai had both succeeded in building their foundations, and Li Zhengming was his secret follower, so he couldn't disappoint him too much. However, what Lin Yi didn't expect was that Li Zhengming actually took the initiative to send the materials for the foundation establishment pill to him. This was a pleasant surprise. That's enough. Zhengming, go back and prepare first. I'll give you the foundation establishment pill tomorrow. Lin Yi comforted Li Zhengming. For him, who now had the godly pesticide cauldron, he could even successfully refine the foundation establishment pill and the foundation establishment barrier breaking pill, so a mere foundation establishment pill was naturally not a problem. Boss Lin Yi, then I'll leave first. Li Zhengming nodded gratefully, but he didn't say any more flattering words and immediately left. He knew that Boss Lin Yi was different from people like Meng Jueguang. Flattery and bragging had no effect on him. If he wanted to gain his true trust, he had to take concrete actions. And according to Lin Yi's usual style, as long as he sincerely worked for him, he would never treat himself badly. After watching Li Zhengming leave, Lin Yi immediately began to prepare for work. Although refining the foundation establishment pill was not challenging, it would still consume a lot of time. Therefore, before that, he had to at least take care of the 85 elixir seeds and ensure that they were infused with qi at a fixed time. According to the Sissy chief manager of the spirit medicine nursery, it had been almost 20 days. Logically speaking, it should be about time. Even if the 85 spiritual herb seeds hadn't all grown, at least some of them should have developed first. However, what made Lin Yi speechless was that a total of 85 elixir seeds seemed to be collectively silent. Nearly 20 days had passed, and there was no movement at all. Lin Yi even began to wonder if it was because the density of the spirit qi in the space of his jade pendant was too high that these elixir seeds were not used to it. Even humans have times when they can't handle the nourishment, let alone other ordinary crops. If too much fertilizer was applied, the seedlings would also burn. Although ordinary crops could not be mentioned in the same breath as spirit medicine seeds that gathered the essence of heaven and earth, and the spirit energy of heaven and earth was not ordinary fertilizer, logically speaking, there should not be a lack of nourishment. But in the current situation, this possibility could not be ruled out. Fortunately, although these 85 spirit herb seeds showed no signs of development, the color of their seed coats was quite good, and they didn't look like they were about to wither. Lin Yi felt that although these elixir seeds had not really begun to develop, they had been nourished in the space of the jade pendant for a period of time. His vitality was much better than when he first got his hands on him. He looked like he was malnourished. Although this was just Lin Yi's own speculation, there was some truth to it. Back then, that sissy manager had said that because these spirit herb seeds were cultivated in batches in the spirit medicine nursery, even if they could grow and survive, they would belong to the congenitally deficient batch. Not only could they not be left to cultivate, but even the quality of the cultivated spirit herb plants could not be compared to the spirit herbs that grew naturally in the wild. Everything had spirituality. Now that they were placed in the space of the jade pendant, which was a blessed environment, they could accumulate enough vitality to make up for the congenitally deficient vitality. This was completely possible. If that was the case, it would be a good thing for Lin Yi. After all, he only had 2 seeds of the heart-devourer exquisite grass. If the quality of the seeds turned out to be too low, he would be in trouble. If the quality of the final cultivated ones was too poor, it was very likely that they would not even be enough for 2 foundation-building pills. However, no matter how he guessed, as long as these spirit herb seeds did not die, Lin Yi could only continue to wait. He could not even seek advice from others. After all, this involved the space of the jade pendant, which was a very important secret. Unless it was someone he could completely trust, he definitely could not let others know. After imbuing the 85 spirit herb seeds with his qi as usual, Lin Yi made some preparations. He then used the spirit herb materials provided by Li Zhengming and began to refine the foundation-building pills. The process didn't need much elaboration. He'd had the experience of making the foundation elixirs and the foundation-breaking elixirs before, and it was a walk in the park for him. Making a foundation elixir wasn't a problem at all. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, before the sky had even brightened, Li Zhengming's second cave dwelling at the foot of the mountain was lightly touched by someone. Li Zhengming was slightly surprised. He thought that it was Meng Jueguang and the others who wanted to find him for something. After all, although he had told Lin Yi about refining the foundation-building pills last night, and Lin Yi had agreed to it on the spot without saying anything, even a layman like Li Zhengming knew that refining pills was definitely not a simple matter. Even if the grade of the foundation-building pill was not considered high, the process of refining it was still very exhausting. In order to guarantee the success rate, one must make thorough preparations. This preparation did not only refer to the refining materials, but more importantly, the alchemist himself had to spend time to adjust his state and recover his spirit. This time varied from person to person. Some were long, some were short, but according to Li Zhengming's knowledge, even the most powerful alchemist, from the moment they received the commission, would need at least a day to prepare. As for those who immediately started refining the foundation-building pills as soon as they received the materials, they were simply like cannons that could not guarantee the success rate. One must know that even if one meticulously prepared, the majority of alchemists only had a success rate of 20 to 30%. And if one did not make sufficient preparations, then one could not even hope for this 20 to 30% success rate. It was very likely that one would only have a success rate of 10% or even less. In this way, the 3 sets of foundation-building pills that Li Zhengming had taken from Meng Jueguang were not even enough to go to waste. However, according to his observations, his current boss Lin Yi had always been calm and steady. When it came to refining pills, no matter how careful he was, he should not be so reckless. Therefore, at the moment when the restriction of the Immortal's Cave was triggered, Li Zhengming did not even think about Lin Yi and the foundation-building pills. Instead, he was thinking that since Meng Jueguang and the others came to find him so early in the morning, they might be up to something again. So he was prepared to secretly do some dirty tricks that could not be seen in the light. However, when he opened the door of the Immortal's Cave, Li Zhengming could not help but be stunned again. There was no one in front of him. There was no sign of Meng Jueguang and the others as he expected. Chapter 38:18. Could it be? Li Zhengming couldn't help but be shocked. This inconspicuous corner of the stone crack was one of the secret communication methods that he and Lin Yi had agreed on. Except for Lin Yi, no one else would put things in this corner that would normally not be noticed. Seeing that there was no one around, Li Zhengming quickly put the gray cloth bag into his sleeve, then turned around and returned to his cave residence. Closing the door of the cave residence and closing the restriction, Li Zhengming took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He reached out and slowly opened the cloth bag. Then, his eyes suddenly widened. This is too fast. Looking at the 2 elixirs lying quietly in the cloth bag, even though Li Zhengming had been mentally prepared in advance, he still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. These 2 elixirs were naturally the foundation establishment pills that Lin Yi had refined for him. They had only talked about it last night, but the result was that it was delivered early this morning before dawn. This kind of speed, this kind of efficiency, even a guy like Li Zhengming, who was born in a native big family on the Heaven Stage Island, couldn't help but be stunned. In an instant, Li Zhengming couldn't help but be in awe of his boss Lin Yi. Lin Yi did what he said to him, this little brother on the one hand. Compared to him, a backer like Meng Jueguang was already thrown 10 streets away. Now in Li Zhengming's heart, there was no comparison. On the other hand, Li Zhengming was amazed at Lin Yi's attainments in alchemy. From the time he finished talking to Lin Yi last night until now, it had only been a total of 4 hours. If it was any other alchemist, he was afraid that they wouldn't even have time to prepare. But his boss, Lin Yi, had already directly taken out the foundation establishment pills, and what made Li Zhengming excited was that there were 2 of them. He had given a total of 3 sets of materials to Lin Yi. In the end, Lin Yi didn't need any preparation to directly start refining, and he even successfully refined 2 of them. The success rate was nearly 70%, which was simply incredible. On this point, Li Zhengming thought wrong. In fact, Lin Yi didn't just give him these 2 last night. He'd given him a total of 5 pills, but he didn't want it to be too shocking. He just didn't want to shock people too much, so he kept the other 3 for himself. Otherwise, he was afraid that it would shock Li Zhengming even more. Born in a local big family on Heaven Stage Island, Li Zhengming's vision was far above other grassroots cultivators, and even with his vision, he was completely stunned by Lin Yi's alchemy attainments. Originally, Li Zhengming thought that for a powerful newcomer like Lin Yi, alchemy should only be a side job, and his attainments could not be too deep. After all, the alchemist only had a level but no strength. This kind of thing had long become common sense. And judging from Lin Yi's previous strong and overbearing performance, his strength was not even close to the word weak. Even among the experts of the same level, Lin Yi was definitely a first-class strong person. And such a person turned out to be an alchemist. This in itself had subverted everyone's understanding, but now Li Zhengming found that his own boss Lin Yi's attainments in alchemy were even far above the average alchemist. Other than being shocked, he could not find any other words to describe his current mood. Holding the 2 foundation establishment pills for a long time, Li Zhengming muttered with a sigh, "Boss Lin Yi is really a strange person." Not to mention that his own strength was unbelievably strong. The key was that he treated his subordinates very well. Even Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai, who were originally inconspicuous grassroots newcomers, were now ahead of the other newcomers of Blue Cloud Pavilion, and even the newcomers of Rushing Sky Pavilion and Mysterious Pavilion by a large margin. This was simply unimaginable in the past. Now, he found out that this guy was actually an alchemist with profound attainments. Even Li Zhengming, who had a tough mind, had no temper towards his own boss Lin Yi. At this moment, he no longer had any temper towards his own boss Lin Yi. If it was before this, Li Zhengming still thought that Lin Yi's luck was just a little better than his, and that in time, he would still have the chance to surpass Lin Yi. But now he had no such thoughts at all. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Li Zhengming was now completely convinced by his boss. A monster like this wasn't something a normal person like him could compare to. Perhaps only a legendary person like Miracle Dr. Dan Zhongliju could be compared to him. Although he had already given up on the thought of chasing Lin Yi, Li Zhengming's desire to break through to foundation establishment didn't decrease, but instead it became even stronger. They were all followers under Lin Yi, and Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai were already 1 step ahead and had succeeded in foundation establishment. If this dragged on, he would only fall further and further behind, and this was a situation that Li Zhengming absolutely didn't want to see. Because the stronger Lin Yi was, the more unpredictable he was. This also meant that the followers under him would have a brighter future, and the more determined they would be. As a result, the competition between the followers would inevitably become more intense. Although Li Zhengming admired Lin Yi from the bottom of his heart, it didn't mean that he was convinced by people like Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai, and it didn't mean that he was willing to be inferior to them. These people were just lucky, receiving boss Lin Yi's favor right from the start, and that was why they were 1 step ahead of him in foundation establishment. Now Li Zhengming also had 2 foundation establishment pills in his hands, and there was hope for him to break through in the near future. This also meant that the battle for the number 1 follower under Lin Yi had just begun. However, the foundation establishment pill didn't have an absolute effect on breaking through to foundation establishment. In fact, it was only used to change the meridians in the human body to make it more suitable for training, and it could only help to a certain extent in breaking through to foundation establishment. It didn't mean that any Sky-class full circle master would definitely succeed after taking the foundation establishment pill. Foundation establishment was the most important process for all cultivators. At this time, the stability of the foundation directly determined how far one could go in the future, so this process couldn't be replaced by pills. If one wanted to break through to the foundation establishment realm, at the very least, the most crucial condition was that one's own foundation was sufficient. Only by relying on one's own strength could one truly touch the barrier between the peak of the heaven stage and the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. External items like the foundation establishment pill could stimulate one's breakthrough. Chapter 38:19. Mobile website. Please inform each other to recommend the promotional introduction to your QQ group, Weibo/WeChat forum Tieba. With Li Zhengming's current strength, breaking through to the foundation building realm was not difficult at all. Basically, it could be said to be a piece of cake. Moreover, he had 2 foundation building pills in his hands. Even if he failed the first time, he would still have a second chance. Let's not talk about how smug Li Zhengming was and how he was preparing to break through to the foundation establishment realm. On the other hand, after Lin Yi gave him 2 foundation establishment pills, his pace was as calm as ever. When he should cultivate, he would cultivate. When he should imbue the spiritual herb seeds with true energy, he would imbue them with true energy. He even went to the spirit jade hall to mine during the day. In any case, he had nothing to do. Apart from that, Lin Yi's most important task now was to guard the 85 elixir seeds in the space of the jade pendant, especially the 2 seeds of the heart-devouring exquisite grass. After all, it was directly related to when he could advance further. To Lin Yi, it could be said that he was surrounded by all kinds of strong enemies. Just relying on the strength of the early stage of foundation establishment was already a bit of a stretch. Only by advancing to the middle stage of foundation establishment as soon as possible would he have more confidence and be able to advance and retreat more freely. Another 3 days passed, and there was still no movement from the elixir seed in the space of the jade pendant. Even the usually calm Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little uneasy at this time. Counting the days, it had been a full 22 days since these elixir seeds were transplanted into the space of the jade pendant. They should have borne fruit by now. In fact, this was indeed the case. Apart from Lin Yi, the first batch of spiritual herb seeds planted by the other rookies, whether they survived or died, were basically settled. Therefore, before the 6th round of the rookie challenge began, almost all the rookies around the arena were talking about the elixir seeds. Judging from the results of the Blue Cloud Pavilion's first attempt, it was not very optimistic. If someone was observant, they would realize that among all the rookies in Blue Cloud Pavilion, other than Lin Yi, Xiaoran, Qiao Hongkai, and Li Zhengming, the other 11 had experimented with a total of 23 spiritual herb seeds. In the end, they had successfully grown and were sent to the spirit medicine nursery for scoring. There were only 2 of them. The 2 lucky fellows had each drawn a spirit herb seed that had an extremely strong vitality and a relatively low requirement for the outside world. Therefore, they had managed to gain something. However, the first batch of spirit herb seeds for the remaining 9 people, including Meng Tong, had been completely annihilated. Although this result was disastrous, it was still within reason. After all, it was very difficult for a newcomer's cave in Blue Cloud Pavilion to satisfy the spiritual energy requirements of the spiritual herb seeds. Moreover, because of the rookie challenge competition, many people couldn't even guarantee the supply of true qi at a fixed time. Rookies like Meng Tong and Cha Wu, who were frequently heavily injured in the challenge matches, could be found everywhere. This also made the Clear Cloud Pavilion disciples realize one thing. The elixir refinement round was nothing but a scam to them. The only use of the spirit herb seeds was to deduct points when the time came. Basically, no matter how many spirit herb seeds were collected, the points would be deducted. Even if a few spirit herb seeds were successfully cultivated, it would only be a few points deducted. If one wanted to rely on this segment to earn points, it would be if they wanted to rely on this segment to earn points, they would simply be blinded. But fortunately, most of the Blue Cloud Pavilion rookies already knew this, so they basically only reported the minimum of 10 spirit herb seeds. This segment would at most deduct 10 points. Apart from people like Cha Wu, who had the lowest points and was a weakling with no eyes. As long as the other rookies had some results in the challenge round, they would not have negative points deducted. Moreover, because everyone would have their points deducted together, there was almost no obvious impact on their ranking. However, someone suddenly recalled something. Back then, when the spiritual medicine garden was registering for the spiritual medicine seeds. A certain maverick newcomer had registered an unprecedented 40 spiritual medicine seeds. The more one reported, the more points would be deducted. Now, this speculation had been verified to be an ironclad rule. Therefore, when the other rookies only needed to have 10 points deducted, this idiot who reported 40 spirit herb seeds had to have a total of 40 points deducted. Of course, there were also people who were betting that Lin Yi would be lucky enough to get 1 or 2 seeds out of the 40 seeds. But that would only reduce his points by a few points, that was all. Even if Lin Yi was strong enough to take first place, some things couldn't be solved with strength alone. Even the strongest person had to pay for their stupidity. Yo, the number 1 rookie of the Blue Cloud Pavilion who reported 40 spirit herb seeds. How's the spirit herb seed growing going? I don't think I've seen you report to the spirit herb garden these past 2 days. While the crowd was discussing, 2 uninvited guests suddenly appeared. It was Kong Mingming and Zhong Pingliang. Although the 6th round of the newcomer challenge was about to begin, there was still a little time before then. They couldn't do anything big, but it was more than enough to find an old rival and have a few sarcastic remarks. As soon as Kong Mingming and Zhong Pingliang appeared, they naturally became the focus of the crowd, especially Kong Ming. Due to young master Su Lingchong's special care, he was now in the limelight, no less than Lin Yi. He fully deserved to be the number 1 rookie of the Soaring Pavilion. Kong Xiaoming and Lin Yi were 2 people who had a deep grudge against each other in the common world. Now that they were in the North Island's welcoming pavilion, one of them became the number 1 newcomer of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, and the other became the number 1 newcomer of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Watching these 2 fight in front of everyone, it was definitely a wonderful sight to behold. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yi, and they didn't even try to hide their schadenfreude. Especially Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong. Since they weren't ready to take the Meridian heart-shattering pill, they had no choice but to endure Lin Yi's strong aura for the time being. Now that they could see Lin Yi being ridiculed by Kong Mingming, there was only one word that could describe it. It felt so good. Facing the ridiculing Kong Mingming, Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Instead of answering, he asked, "Don't tell me that the legendary new deacon has to be in charge of guarding the spirit herb nursery? That's really a tough job. It seems like I should find a chance to reward you with some spirit jade." Kong Mingming couldn't help but choke when he heard that. Zhong Pingliang, who was beside him, couldn't help but laugh secretly. Kong Mingming had tried so hard to come here to see Boss Lin Yi make a fool of himself, but he ended up choking on a single sentence. It was like the legendary rushing to be humiliated. It was a delightful scene. Chapter 38:20. The matter of Lin Yi being exchanged for good jade was now known by many people in Yingxin Pavilion. In the eyes of everyone, probably only a few of Lin Yi's own subordinates did not know about it. If they knew, driven by benefits, they might join in to cheat Lin Yi, the stupid boss. After all, as the old saying goes, don't let the goodies flow into the fields of outsiders. Kong Mingming's words made everyone smile, but no one interrupted in detail. They were afraid that if they said too much, Lin Yi would realize it. After all, no matter how stupid Lin Yi was, this kind of thing could still be easily exposed if it was said face to face. Lin Yi and the others looked at each other and smiled. The rumor that Lin Yi was cheated with waste jade was naturally heard by senior brother Ku Bai and Xiao Ran, and Lin Yi had already explained it to them using the same excuse that he had told senior brother Ku Bai in the past. Kong Mingming and the others were all gloating. They thought that Boss Lin Yi was really a fool who couldn't distinguish good jade and waste jade. They didn't know that they, who believed in such absurd words, were the real fools who still helped others to earn money after being cheated. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't bother to talk at all, Kong Mingming turned and said, "I came here this time because I want to communicate with you as an alchemist. In the first batch of experiments, I experimented with 6 elixir seeds. As a result, 3 of them were cultivated. There was only a 50% survival rate. I am not very satisfied with my results. What do you think, big newcomer Lin?" As soon as these words came out, the surrounding Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. 3 out of 6 seeds survived. A 50% survival rate. This result was simply beyond the efforts of all the Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers. Apart from Lin Yi's group, the other 11 Blue Cloud Pavilion rookies had only managed to nurture 2 spiritual herb seeds. They were incomparable to Kong Mingming. According to the sissy manager of the spirit medicine nursery, newbies like them would be lucky if 3 out of 10 spirit herb seeds could survive. Kong Mingming's 50% survival rate was already the limit. How ridiculous! If they weren't satisfied with this kind of result, then what was the point of living for the rest of them? They might as well go buy a piece of tofu and kill themselves. After exclaiming for a while, everyone's gaze once again landed on Lin Yi. He smiled faintly and said in a serious tone, "Only a 50% chance of survival, that's a little pathetic. Zhao Ming, you have to work hard. Don't embarrass us alchemists." That look on Lin Yi's face was that of a senior to a junior, and it almost made everyone laugh. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Yi was just too much of a scumbag. Gah! Kong Mingming's face darkened. His 50% survival rate had already blinded everyone in the spirit medicine nursery. How dare you? An idiot who hadn't managed to nurture a single spiritual herb after such a long time. Talk to me like this. Zhong Pingliang couldn't help but laugh secretly again. Kong Mingming wanted to show off in front of Boss Lin Yi, but not only did he fail, he even got stepped on by Boss Lin Yi. He was probably about to explode from anger. Is that so? Then I'd like to ask, how many have you managed to nurture after so many days, big newbie Lin? You won't bring shame to us alchemists, will you? Kong Mingming's face darkened as he forced a cold smile. Hee. Didn't you just say that the spirit medicine nursery is a part of the new manager's job? Can't you just keep your eyes open and watch? Still, your math was taught by a PE teacher. Don't you have confidence in yourself? Lin Yi looked at Kong Mingming strangely, as if he was worried about his stupidity. With so many people looking at him like he was an idiot, Kong Mingming wanted to slap all of them until they became idiots. Unfortunately, that wasn't realistic. Even if he could fight, he wouldn't be able to defeat Lin Yi. Humph, you have a sharp tongue. I'll wait to see you cry. Kong Mingming humphed coldly. Seeing that the challenge was about to begin, he gave Zhong Pingliang a look and turned to leave. Zhong Pingliang laughed coldly in his heart. You idiot, haven't you had enough of being stepped on? Boss Lin Yi stepped on you all the way from the common world to Sky Island. The more you suffer, the braver you become. This mental fortitude wasn't something an ordinary person could have. It's a good thing I've joined Boss Lin Yi long ago. Otherwise, who knows when I'll be stepped on again. Looking at Kong Mingming and Zhong Pingliang's backs as they left, senior brother Bitter, Xiao Ran, and the others looked at each other. Although they had successfully defeated the arrogant guy with their words, they couldn't help but look at Lin Yi with worry in their eyes. Junior brother Lin, are you sure you can handle those elixir seeds alone? Senior brother Bitter couldn't help but ask after a moment of silence. Not only did Lin Yi take 40 seeds for himself, but he also took Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongxi's. Even senior brother Bitter didn't know that Lin Yi still had Li Zhengming and Zhong Pingliang's elixir seeds. But he knew one thing. If something happened to Lin Yi, then they'd all be wiped out in the trial. Although with the condition of the Clear Cloud Pavilion's newbies, it wouldn't be a surprise if they were all wiped out. But what the bitter senior brother was worried about was that after being provoked by Kong Xiaoming, Lin Yi might go all out and waste his pure energy on these seeds. Once he used up too much of his true qi, not only would his strength be affected, there was a high chance that he would reveal his flaws during the challenge. This was something that even the strongest of masters couldn't avoid, and Lin Yi, the #1 newcomer of Clear Cloud Pavilion, was no exception. Even senior brother Bitter, who had always been honest and kind, couldn't help but wonder if this was a trap that Meng Jueguang and the others had set for Lin Yi. According to their previous guesses, after young Master Su Lingchong's appearance in the last round, Meng Jueguang would definitely make a big move, and this big move might not be aimed at the two underlings, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai. Instead, it was very likely that he would make a move on Lin Yi. After all, with young Master Su's involvement, it would be child's play to deal with Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai. If you want to catch a thief, you must first catch the king. Senior brother Bitter wasn't the only one who had this concern. Even Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai could easily think of this. After all, Kong Mingming and Meng Jueguang were all young Master Su's underlings, and they were all in the same group. It was normal for them to have this kind of tacit understanding. Chapter 38:21. Senior brother Ku was stunned, but Xiao Ran nodded in agreement. That's right, we don't need these points at all. Even if they were completely wiped out, the two of them would at most lose 10 points each. But for them, who were experts in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, so what? Meng Tong, who was also an expert in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, was completely suppressed by the two of them. Other than Lin Yi, the boss, the other newcomers in Blue Cloud Pavilion did not have the strength to compete with the two of them. For them, the following newcomer challenge competition had become a feast for points. In the following newcomer challenge competition, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai could easily grab over 100 points. In comparison, the 10 points deducted from the trial of spiritual medicine was not worth mentioning. It was not only the two of them. For Lin Yi, who had registered for 40 spiritual medicine seeds, the consequences of being completely wiped out were far less severe than imagined. This was because he had built a foundation by getting full marks in the previous 2 rounds. Even if he lost 40 points, the other newcomers had no chance of catching up to him. In the entire Blue Cloud Pavilion, the only newcomer who could pose a threat to Lin Yi was Meng Tong, who was ranked 2nd. If Meng Tong could crush his opponents in the newcomer challenge competition, and Lin Yi lost 40 points, then there would still be a chance to kick Lin Yi off his pedestal. Unfortunately, Meng Tong was still recovering from his injuries. Not to mention dealing with Lin Yi, he could not even overcome the 2 mountains of Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai, who were Lin Yi's subordinates. If this situation continued, Meng Tong would never be able to catch up to Lin Yi in this lifetime. In this way, for Lin Yi's team, whether they were completely wiped out in the trial of spiritual medicine or not, and whether they would lose a lot of points, it didn't matter anymore. After figuring this out, the bitter senior brother could not help but smile. When one's strength was strong enough to surpass everyone else, then no matter how many twists and turns there were in the process, the bitter senior brother could not help but smile. How big of a mistake would there be? The outcome had already been decided. However, at this time Lin Yi said indifferently, "But I don't care if you lack these points. However, who said that all my elixir seeds would be wiped out?" Huh. Senior brother Bitter and the others were immediately stunned. The results of the first batch of experiments by the other newcomers were already out. If there were any spirit herb seedlings that could be nurtured to live, they wouldn't be able to survive. He must have been sent to the spirit medicine nursery to be graded. Seedlings of spirit herbs had much higher environmental requirements than seeds of spirit herbs. With the conditions of the newcomers in the welcoming pavilion, even the best newcomers in the soaring sky pavilion were far from being able to meet the basic requirements of a seedling of spirit herbs. If they didn't hand over the seedlings of spirit herbs after they were nurtured, then they would definitely die in their hands. All his previous efforts had gone to waste. Therefore, as long as someone successfully nurtured a seed of spirit herbs, they would immediately send it to the spirit medicine nursery. Otherwise, no matter how many seedlings of spirit herbs were nurtured, it would be useless. According to what senior brother Bitter and the others knew, these days Lin Yi had never been to the spirit medicine nursery. This also meant that no matter how many seeds Lin Yi had nurtured in the first batch of experiments, at least one thing was certain. He had not nurtured a single one of them. This result was a heavy blow to Lin Yi, who had always been invincible. In addition, when Kong Mingming came over to ridicule him, senior brother Bitter and the others were afraid that Lin Yi would be depressed, so they deliberately brought up this topic to enlighten him. Unexpectedly, this guy didn't seem to be affected at all. "Don't worry. Since this matter has been handed over to me, there's nothing to worry about. When the time comes, just wait and see the results." Lin Yi smiled at them and said. Senior brother Bitter and the others looked at each other. Although they still couldn't understand where Lin Yi's confidence came from, they still nodded in unison. After all, ever since they met Lin Yi, this guy had never failed to do what he said he would do. So this time it should be no exception. In the 6th round of the Blue Cloud Pavilion Newcomer Challenge, other than the disturbance at the beginning, everything else was going according to everyone's expectations. Xiao Hongkai and Xiao Ran, the 2 mountains under Lin Yi, challenged one after another to obtain points. As for Meng Tong, he was the only one among the remaining newcomers who could pose a threat to them. Although many people, including Lin Yi, thought that young Master Su would make a big move after seeing his appearance in the last round, at least in this round, it seemed that Meng Tong was still holding back. In fact, he had no choice but to hold back. He had not recovered from his injuries from the last time he fought with Qiao Hongkai. Even if he recovered with his strength in the early stage of foundation establishment, he might not be a match for Xiao Ran and Qiao Hongkai. Therefore, the only thing Meng Tong could do now was to pick up the soft persimmons after Xiao Ran and Qiao Hongkai challenged them. Although this method made him, the self-proclaimed boss of the Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers, feel extremely aggrieved, given the current situation, there was no other way. Otherwise, with his current condition, he would only be looking for trouble if he faced either Xiao Ran or Qiao Hongkai. Apart from these three, the remaining two Blue Cloud Pavilion top 5 newcomers, Lin Yi, the number 1 newcomer, was idling around as usual. As for Li Zhengming, he also did not have a chance to go on stage. However, even if he did not go on stage to show his strength, with Lin Yi's golden finger, he could tell that this guy's temperament was completely different from before. Without a doubt, thanks to the 2 foundation establishment pills, Li Zhengming had finally broken through to foundation establishment, becoming the 5th expert in the early stage of foundation establishment among the newcomers of Blue Cloud Pavilion. However, it was unknown whether it was because the other people present did not notice at all, or because Li Zhengming hid it too well, but these people, including Meng Jueguang, did not notice the change in Li Zhengming's body at all. From what they knew, Li Zhengming was still at heaven stage great perfection. He was not an expert in the early stage of foundation establishment who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Meng Tong or fight with Lin Yi. This was the situation that Li Zhengming, who deliberately kept a low profile, liked to see the most. Otherwise, Meng Jueguang might ask him to deal with Lin Yi, and that would be a little troublesome. The 6th round of the newcomers' challenge passed just like that. However, when Lin Yi returned to his cave abode and habitually entered the jade pendant space, he inadvertently glanced around and was shocked by the scene in front of him. Chapter 38-22. For 22 days, the 85 elixir seeds had been silent. Now, after only 1 round of the challenge, they had all awakened. That's right, they had awakened. Although the seeds of these elixirs had not truly developed into seedlings, and strictly speaking, their current state was not much different from before. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that they were different from the motionless state they were in before. They had awakened. The seed coat had begun to crack, and the young sprouts and roots were already bursting out. It was a scene full of vitality and prosperity. Lin Yi's heart, which was still in a state of anxiety, finally fell to the ground after seeing this. Including the 2 seeds of the heart-devouring exquisite grass, the 85 elixir seeds had all awakened. The space in the jade pendant didn't disappoint Lin Yi, and gave him a big surprise. Before today's challenge, they were still in a state of collective silence. However, after a short afternoon, the 85 elixir seeds had all awakened. Even though Lin Yi had seen many strange things, he still couldn't help but feel a little strange at this moment. First, there was no movement. However, as soon as Kong Mingming taunted, the 85 elixir seeds all awakened. This was simply a slap in the face. If Kong Mingming knew about this, he would definitely faint from anger. But for the troubled Lin Yi, this Kong Xiaoming was truly his lucky star. He didn't know how long he'd have to wait for Kong Xiaoming to appear otherwise. Everything has spirituality. This saying is really true. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. If everything went as expected in the next few days, the 85 elixir seeds that had awakened would really start to germinate. Under the nourishment of the pure spiritual qi in the space in the jade pendant, it was only a matter of time before they grew into seedlings. However, Lin Yi suddenly realized that it seemed that it was necessary to go to the marketplace. Now, including the 2 seeds of the heart-devouring exquisite grass, the 85 elixir seeds had all awakened. With the unique conditions of the space in the jade pendant, it was almost a matter of success to successfully cultivate them into seedlings. And because the growth cycle of these elixir seeds had been artificially accelerated by countless times, that day would not be far away. Then, as expected, Lin Yi would soon be able to harvest 2 stalks of heart-devouring exquisite grass, and he could start preparing to refine the most important foundation-building pill. However, if he wanted to refine the foundation-building pill, just relying on 2 stalks of heart-devouring exquisite grass was clearly not enough. Furthermore, with his current spirit medicine reserves, there was no way for him to gather the other ingredients. In order not to delay refining the foundation-building pill, it was necessary to go to the market square in the near future. Although he knew that if he appeared in the market as Lin Er, it was very likely that he would run into his enemy, Wuxia, and even his master Nan Tianyong. This threat was definitely not to be underestimated. However, compared to the foundation-building pill for Lin Yi, this risk was nothing. After all, he couldn't just avoid risks. It was not Lin Yi's style to not even care about the ingredients needed to refine the foundation-building pill. After making up his mind, the next morning, Lin Yi put on the Thousand Threads mask and appeared in the marketplace as Lin Er. Although they were the materials for the foundation-building pill last time, he had bought it in the street for a total of 8 pieces of spirit jades, and he had successfully refined the foundation establishment pill. But this time, Lin Yi did not intend to repeat it. Firstly, there were a lot of people on the street, and it was difficult to buy all the ingredients in the same store. This meant that they would need to spend a lot of time looking for the ingredients, which would be easily noticed by people with ulterior motives. This would greatly increase the chances of encountering Wuxia. Secondly, the quality of the herbs that could be bought in the outer streets were generally not high. Last time, because he only had a few spirit jades on hand, he did not have a choice. Thus, Lin Yi could only make do with what he had. Fortunately, the heart-devouring exquisite grass that he had painstakingly picked in the back mountain was of excellent quality. Thus, it did not affect the quality of the foundation-building pill. However, this time, even with the help of the space in the jade pendant, the quality of the 2 stalks of heart-devouring exquisite grass could not be compared to the stalk from last time due to the innate deficiency of the spiritual medicine seeds. In this way, if Lin Yi still wanted to guarantee the success rate of refining the foundation establishment pill, he would have to work on other spiritual medicine materials. Due to these 2 reasons, compared to the noisy outer street and middle street, the inner street of the market was obviously more suitable for Lin Yi's requirements. However, not everyone could easily enter the inner street. Whether it was strength or status, Lin Yi was still far from reaching the threshold of the inner street. Moreover, today was not the opening day of the inner street that was once a month. However, Lin Yi finally managed to sneak into the inner street as he wished. This was thanks to the shopkeeper Hong Zhonghong of the Hong Merchant Guild, because he had given Lin Yi a spirit jade card of the Heaven Stage Island Commerce Alliance. With this card opening the way, the guards of the inner street only looked at Lin Yi with slight surprise and let him pass. Just as Hong Zhonghong said, this kind of spirit jade card was not something that anyone could obtain. Looking at the entire Heaven Stage Island, only a small group of people whose status was recognized by the Commerce Alliance could have this kind of treatment. This was far more useful than the identity of the inner disciples of the 3 pavilions. It was not an exaggeration to say that the inner street was a place that most of the inner disciples of the 3 pavilions did not have the right to enter. As long as the spirit jade card was shown, even if it was a dog, the guards would not hesitate to let it in. Because even if it was a dog with a spirit jade card. No one had a reason to stop it, let alone the right to do so. Because it was not the opening day of the inner street, the scene that Lin Yi saw when he entered the inner street this time was far more deserted than the previous 2 times. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was completely deserted. But even so, these merchants did not care at all. To be able to enter the inner street, even the most inconspicuous merchant meant that there was a huge force behind it. Their appearance here was not necessarily to compete with a giant like the Hong Merchant Guild. More importantly, their purpose was to declare their existence. Even if they could not earn much spirit jade, they at least had to create a signboard in this exclusive area of the upper class so that people would not ignore them. After entering the inner street, Lin Yi went straight to the Hong Merchant Guild. Hong Zhonghong had left a good impression on him last time. Although he did not plan to buy any valuable treasures this time, intuition told Lin Yi that it was not a bad thing to have more contact with this kind of old and wise merchant. Chapter 38-23. Even though there were many guests, as soon as Lin Yi walked into the Hong Chamber of Commerce, he was recognized by the manservant at the door. "Young hero Lin, please come upstairs." "You know me?" Lin Yi was surprised. If this person was Hong Zhong, it would be easier to understand. After all, he gave him a spirit jade card, so it was normal to have some impression of him. However, it was a bit exaggerated that this manservant, whom he did not know, knew him. Of course, we have to memorize the names and appearances of the important guests every morning and evening to avoid neglecting any important guests. This is the rule of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. The manservant smiled and led Lin Yi to a private room on the second floor. Lin Yi could not help but praise him in his heart. The Hong Chamber of Commerce was indeed a top chamber of commerce on Heaven Level Island. Stepping into the private room, Manager Hong Zhong immediately stood up to welcome him. Young hero Lin, it's been a long time. Lin Yi bowed slightly and returned the greeting. Shopkeeper Hong, I hope you have been well since we last met. Sorry to bother you again. Young hero Lin, you are too kind. It is our Hong Merchant Group's honor to have you patronize us. We could not ask for more. What do you need this time? Hong Zhong laughed. He was secretly surprised that Lin Er had not been crippled by Wuxia and the others. He was indeed capable. I need to prepare some elixirs. The higher the quality, the better. 5 sets. Lin Yi took out a list and handed it to Hong Zhong. There were dozens of elixirs listed on it. To be safe, in order to prevent the recipe of the foundation building pill from being recognized by others, the elixirs needed for the foundation building pill were only a small part of the list. As for the rest of the elixirs listed on the list, apart from being used as a cover, they were also used to fill up the elixir storage. After all, as an alchemist, he did not need to have all the elixir storage, but at least when he wanted to refine some common basic elixirs, he would not have to personally run errands every time. He even had to think of a way to collect all the elixir's ingredients one by one. That would be too unprofessional. Hong Zhong took Lin Yi's list and glanced at it briefly before asking in surprise. Forgive this old man for asking, but is young hero Lin an alchemist? Other than alchemists who would gather so many elixirs and materials at once, there was no other way. Even if other people wanted to find someone to refine pills for them, they would at most buy the corresponding spiritual herbs and materials. They would not spend spiritual jades on so many things that they might not even use in their lifetime. That's right, I am indeed an alchemist. However, I only know a little about it. Please excuse me, Manager Hong. Lin Yi nodded lightly. Since it was very likely that he would have to deal with shopkeeper Hong for a long time in the future, Lin Yi did not intend to hide anything about this matter. After all, if he needed spiritual jades, selling some pills to shopkeeper Hong was not a bad choice. Furthermore, there was no need to deliberately conceal the identity of an alchemist. If he chose to conceal it at this time, it would not be good if he leaked it or was discovered in the future. Seeing that Lin Yi admitted it, Hong Zhong couldn't help but be shocked. However, on the surface, he smiled from ear to ear. Since ancient times, heroes come from the young. This saying is indeed true. Young hero Lin has a bright future. Hong Zhong's words were a little exaggerated. Although alchemists had a high status, they were generally weak. In the world of practitioners where the strong ruled, they didn't have a bright future. After all, miracle Dr. Dan St. Zhang Liju was a freak who could step into the top tier of alchemists. There wouldn't even be one in a few hundred years. However, if the 2 foundation-breaking pills from last time were made by Lin Er himself, then it would be more than enough to be worthy of this title. After being in Hong Merchant Association for so many years, Hong Zhong had his own way of dealing with people. Although, he really wanted to know if the 2 foundation-breaking pills from last time were made by Lin Er. However, before their relationship deepened and stabilized, he would not be stupid enough to ask such a question. This time it was enough for him to know that Lin Er was an alchemist. Young hero Lin, please wait for a moment in the private room. I will get someone to prepare it. Hong Zhong passed the list to the servant who was waiting at the door. As it involved more than 10 types of ingredients, although Hong Merchant Association had all of them, it would still take a lot of time. Lin Yi nodded. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to take the time to walk around Hong Merchant Association. There were so many valuable ingredients. Even if he didn't plan to buy them, it wouldn't be a bad thing to take the opportunity to learn more about them. However, what Lin Yi didn't expect at all was that when he was walking around Hong Merchant Association, he bumped into someone out of nowhere. It was Wuxia. As the saying goes, enemies don't meet unless they're enemies. At the corner of the display cabinets on the second floor, the 2 of them met face to face without any mental preparation. In that instant, both of them froze. In Lin Yi's expectation, because today wasn't the opening day of the inner street, a normal inner disciple like Wuxia shouldn't be able to enter the inner street, much less appear in this Hong Merchant Association. Otherwise, if Wuxia had the ability to enter and exit the inner street freely, he wouldn't have to wait until the inner street was open to the public like he did with himself. As a result, Lin Yi had been extra careful when he'd entered the market, especially when he'd passed through the outer and middle streets. He tried his best to avoid being noticed by anyone, in case there were Yuja's eyes. But now that he'd entered the inner street, he'd let his guard down. After all, in theory, Yuja didn't have the right to enter the inner street. The possibility of him appearing in the inner street was almost zero. However, Lin Yi forgot that Yuja wasn't alone. He had a master, Nan Tianyong, the supervising deacon of Rising Sky Pavilion. With Nan Tianyong's status, it was naturally easy for him to enter and exit the inner street. However, even so, he couldn't bring Yuja with him. The problem was that he had the same Spirit Jade card as Lin Yi. Of course, this Spirit Jade card did not come from the Hong Chamber of Commerce, but from another top chamber of commerce in the Merchant Union. In fact, with Nan Tianyong's own strength and status, there was still a long way to go before he could obtain this Spirit Jade card. However, he had two more powerful brothers, and this Spirit Jade card was borrowed from one of them. In order to investigate Lin Air, Nan Tianyong specially borrowed this Spirit Jade card. Chapter 38-24. He couldn't forget about the Star Ink Stone. Apart from scheming to get it back from Lin Air, Yuja would use his master Nan Tianyong's privilege to come to the inner streets every few days because he often wandered around the market. All the large merchants, including the Hong Merchant Group, were his targets. If one piece of Star Ink Stone appeared in the Hong Merchant Group, then perhaps there would be a second piece. This was something that no one could say for sure. And even if there wasn't a Star Ink Stone, perhaps he could come across other treasures. He, Yuja, had stayed in the library for 3 years, and his ability to recognize certain treasures was even better than some treasure appraisers in the merchant group. Perhaps he would have a chance to pick up some leftovers. As for him appearing in the Hong Merchant Group at this moment, it wasn't strange at all. Although the Hong Merchant Group had said that his master, Nan Tianyong, was not welcome after the previous incident, they had never said that even he, Yuja, could not enter. And because of the same deduction as Lin Yi, although Yuja had been paying attention to the outer and middle streets of the market, even urging his master Nan Tianyong to spend a lot of Spirit Jade to find some merchants to monitor Lin Air's movements, he had never thought that he would actually meet Lin Air at the Hong Merchant Group when the inner streets weren't open to the public. The Star Ink Stone was stolen, and he ambushed Lin Air halfway, but he was beaten half to death instead. Yuja's resentment towards this Lin Air could be said to be bone deep. He wanted nothing more than to skin him and drink his blood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have schemed so much, and even dug 3 feet into the ground to find Lin Air. But now that they really met face to face without any warning, Yuja was like Lin Yi, instantly stunned. After a moment, the two of them reacted at the same time, and their first reaction was to kill each other. After all, whether it was Lin Yi or Yuja, they both knew that they would not rest until one of them died. Both of them knew that they would not rest until one of them was dead, and there was no possibility of them shaking hands and making peace. This kind of enmity was far more fatal than the enmity between Lin Yi and the people in the welcoming pavilion. Su Lingchong and Meng Jueguang also saw Lin Yi as a thorn in their side, but it wasn't to the point where they would not rest until one of them died. But it wasn't to the point where they would fight to the death. At the very least, they wouldn't take the risk to kill Lin Yi. Even Yuja's master, Nan Tianyong, did not have such a strong killing intent towards Lin Air. Only Yuja was determined to kill Lin Air. There was only one reason. Star Ink Stone. Cultivators were the most realistic group of people. In the face of benefits, there were no eternal friends, and there were no eternal enemies, unless it was someone who was deeply subdued, like Xiao Ran, Xiao Hongkai, Li Zhengming and Zhong Pingliang. Even if he had been beaten half to death by Lin Second, to tell the truth, Yuja wouldn't have gone to such lengths to dig out Lin Second. There was only one reason for him to do this: the Star Ink Stone. The Star Ink Stone. In the face of such a precious treasure that could change the fate of a cultivator, Yuja wouldn't even recognize his own father. How could Yuja possibly ignore Lin Air, an enemy who had beaten him half to death? That would really be strange. In the blink of an eye, the duo's aura was raised to the extreme, and their strongest killing moves were about to be unleashed. After all, they had already fought to the death before. They were both well aware of each other's strength. Whether it was Lin Yi who had the upper hand, or Yuja, who had the advantage in terms of level, they didn't dare underestimate the opponent in front of them. Otherwise, if they weren't careful, they might lose their lives. Although they hadn't clashed yet, the killing moves of both sides had already been revealed. One was the fatal chainsword 24 forms, and the other was the fiery 8 trigrams palm 22 forms. The powerful aura that the two instantly unleashed caused the surrounding display racks to tremble. It was as if a storm was about to come. The surrounding customers couldn't help but be shocked. Although Wuxia and Lin Yi were at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment, one was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. In a place like the inner street, this kind of strength couldn't even be considered powerful, but they had no intentions of interfering. Those who could enter the inner street were either rich or noble. Who knew if these two were the grandsons of some big shot? If they rashly interfered, they might get into trouble, so they might as well watch the show from the sidelines. However, in the next moment, the shaking display rack suddenly calmed down, and the strongest killing moves that Wuxia and Lin Yi had prepared to unleash also disappeared at the same time. It gave people the feeling that none of this had happened. This wasn't because the two of them stopped voluntarily, but because they had no choice but to stop. This was because an unfathomable aura that was far more powerful than them had enveloped them in an instant. Faced with such an insurmountable difference in level, whether it was Lin Yi or Wuxia, they couldn't ignore this warning. If they didn't care and continued to attack, they might have become two corpses before they could even unleash their killing moves. Never to step out of the Hong Merchant Guild again. Settle your personal grudges outside. The Hong Merchant Guild forbids fighting. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Please conduct yourselves with dignity. The cold voice of a guest expert traveled into everyone's ears. Although they couldn't see him in person, just this unfathomable aura was enough to intimidate one side. Lin Yi couldn't help but be secretly shocked. He had been on the Heavenly Island for more than 2 months, and he had seen many experts. However, judging from the aura alone, this guest expert of the Hong Merchant Guild could definitely be ranked in the top 10. Counting carefully, the other experts who could be ranked above were probably only the few elders from the 3 pavilions who had appeared before, and Ram Jia, the hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall, who was only seen once in 100 years. Other than them, the guest expert of the Hong Merchant Guild was the strongest. Any random guest expert had such terrifying strength. As the top chamber of commerce on the Heavenly 5 Islands, the Hong Merchant Guild's background was really unfathomable. Lin Yi was just shocked, but at this moment Wuxia was really frightened. His master Nan Tianyong had suffered a great loss a while ago. Ever since he was thrown out of the window on the 2nd floor. Even with Nan Tianyong's arrogant and overbearing character and his powerful background that was not inferior to the 2nd-generation young masters of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, he still didn't dare to take a step into the Hong Merchant Guild. Even when he brought Wuxia into the inner street recently, he was a little scared and tried to hide as far away as possible, for fear of provoking the dissatisfaction of the few guest experts of the Hong Merchant Guild. Chapter 38-25. That murderous intent seemed to be saying, if you dare to say anything, this old man will kill you. Absolutely. Although the strength of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator wasn't considered strong here, this kind of intuition of life and death was something that every cultivator was born with. Moreover, it had been proven that if this kind of intuition was ignored, it could really kill someone. One word of deterrence forced the two of them to stop fighting at the same time. Then the guest's aura disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Seeing this, the surrounding people no longer paid attention to Lin Yi and Wuxia. After all, with the appearance of a guest expert, this fight definitely wouldn't happen, unless these two people had holes in their brains and wanted to die in the hands of the guest. Consider yourself lucky to be able to live a little longer. But unfortunately, your luck ends here. Wuxia looked deeply at Lin Yi, his eyes full of hatred. Then, he turned around and walked out of the Hong Merchant Association, leaving behind a sentence, "See you outside, Second Lin." This guy, from what he said, was he going to block the door? Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. Although he was already prepared to meet Wuxia before coming to the market, this situation was the worst-case scenario. It really didn't make him happy. Young hero Lin, looks like you're in trouble this time. Hong Zhong's voice suddenly sounded from behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned around and saw the old man pointing outside the window. This was the 2nd floor of the Hong Merchant Association. Looking down from the window, the entire inner street was in plain view. Lin Yi walked to the window and looked down. His gaze naturally focused on Wuxia, who had just walked out of the Hong Merchant Association. He saw Wuxia walking quickly towards a middle-aged man not far away. After saying a few words, his and the middle-aged man's their gazes swept towards Lin Yi, who was standing by the window. Even though they were hundreds of feet apart, Lin Yi could still clearly feel the frightening murderous intent coming towards him. Nantianyong. This name popped up in Lin Yi's mind, even though he'd never seen this person before. Although he had never seen this person before, his intuition told him, this middle-aged man must be Wuxia's master, Nantianyong. Looking at this scene, Lin Yi's heart sank. If he only met Wuxia today, it would be a little troublesome, but it wouldn't be a big deal. Even though Wuxia was in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm and was a level higher than him. After all, he had already beaten the other party half to death last time, so there was nothing to be afraid of this time. However, if Nantianyong were to be added into the mix, then it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to escape unscathed. As the supervising deacon of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, there was no doubt that Nantianyong's strength was strong, even if he couldn't compare to the few guest chamberlains in charge of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. However, it was definitely not something that a newbie like Lin Yi, who was only at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment stage, could contend against. If he was targeted by such an expert in a place like this, it would be impossible for him to escape. No matter how much he thought about it, he never thought that he would be stopped by this master and disciple in the inner street. This time, the trouble today was really a little big. Seeing that Lin Yi's expression was a little serious, Hong Zhong couldn't help but suggest, young hero Lin, if you need, this old man can find a way to get a guest chamberlain to escort you back. The status of a guest chamberlain in the Hong Chamber of Commerce was extremely high. Under normal circumstances, other than protecting the Chamber of Commerce, they wouldn't accept any assigned tasks. However, Hong Zhong's status as the branch manager was far from simple. With his strength and popularity, even these arrogant guest chamberlains were willing to give him face. Asking a guest chamberlain to escort Lin Yi home had already gone beyond the scope of business, but was a real favor. However, Lin Yi still quickly declined. Thank you for your kindness, Manager Hong, but there's no need to go through so much trouble. I have my own ways to deal with it. Hong Zhong couldn't help but be stunned. Even with his rich experience after hearing this, he began to not understand this Lin second. With the strength of the early stage of the foundational level, he was able to deal with the middle stage of the foundational level Wuxia, and even beat Wuxia to the brink of death. Although this result was somewhat out of Hong Zhong's expectations, it was not incomprehensible. Although it was rare to see someone of a higher cultivation level, in Hong Zhong's eyes, Lin Second was not an ordinary person, so it was not particularly strange for him to be able to do such a thing. However, Lin Second could deal with Wuxia, but it didn't mean that he could deal with Nantianyong. After all, these two people were completely different concepts. Wuxia was only a middle stage of the foundational level, but his master Nantianyong was a peak late stage of the foundational level. He was only one step away from the perfected stage of the foundational level. For Lin Second, who was only at the peak early stage of the foundational level, Wuxia, who was in the middle stage of the foundational level, was still within the range of the foundational level. However, Nantianyong, who was at the peak late stage of the foundational level, was definitely not an existence that Lin Second could deal with. Absolutely impossible. One was at the peak early stage of the foundational level, and the other was at the peak late stage of the foundational level. There was a difference of 4 levels between them. Nantianyong didn't even need to use any martial arts techniques. A simple punch or kick would be enough to completely defeat Lin Second. There was no suspense in this. This was common sense. No matter how strong Lin Er's background was, it was impossible for him to make a comeback. It was also because of this that Hong Zhong took the initiative to offer to do him a favor by sending a guest elder to escort him back. However, what Hong Zhong didn't expect was that Lin Second actually refused without hesitation. Moreover, the refusal was very straightforward. Hong Zhong couldn't help but start to speculate. Could it be that this young man, who was only at the peak early stage of the foundational level, really had the confidence to deal with Nantianyong, who was at the peak late stage of the foundational level? This was simply impossible. What he didn't know was that the main reason why Lin Yi rejected his proposal so straightforwardly was because he didn't want to expose his identity. After all, if he let the guest expert of the Hong Chamber of Commerce escort him back, then it would be very difficult for him to conceal his true identity. And once people knew that Lin Yi was just a newcomer of the Blue Cloud Pavilion wearing a face-changing mask, then this matter would really be difficult to resolve. Therefore, in comparison, Lin Yi would rather face a dangerous person like Nan Tianyong alone than let his true identity be exposed. But then again, when Lin Yi said that he had a way to deal with Nan Tianyong and Wuxia, it wasn't completely a lie. In fact, in this short period of time he had already thought of a countermeasure. Although it wasn't very realistic to defeat the two of them, if he only wanted to smoothly escape, then he still had a lot of confidence. He just needed to prepare in advance. Chapter 38-26. While the two of them were talking at the window on the second floor, Wuxia suddenly made a gesture to Lin Yi. He placed his right palm in front of his neck and slashed it. He shouted, "If you're so capable, then don't come out for the rest of your life. You can stay here." Although he didn't dare to cause trouble in the Hong Chamber of Commerce, no one could stop him if he cursed on the street. Throat-cutting ceremony? Looks like this Wuxia has a deep grudge against you. Hong Zhong couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. As a businessman, he hadn't seen this kind of provocative gesture that wouldn't stop until the other party was dead for a very long time. Lin Yi responded with a faint smile and didn't say anything. However, Hong Zhong could clearly feel that this second Lin didn't really care about Wuxia. Therefore, the reason why he was afraid of the throat-cutting ceremony was because of Nan Tianyong beside Wuxia. Could this young man really be this unfathomable? Even though Hong Zhong had seen countless people, he had never had this kind of experience. He was obviously just an unremarkable early-stage foundation establishment expert, but every time he interacted with this second Lin, he unconsciously felt that this person was unfathomable. In the past, this was something unimaginable. A completely unfathomable early-stage foundation establishment expert with Hong Zhong's eyesight was definitely a very ridiculous thing, but he had actually encountered it. The reason why he treated Lin Yi so well, other than wanting to catch a big fish with a long line, was also a very important reason. He wanted to see what the limits of this young man who called himself Second Lin would be in the future. After a while, the manservant of the Hong Chamber of Commerce had already prepared all the spiritual herbs listed on the list according to Lin Yi's instructions. They were all packed up and delivered to Lin Yi. "Young hero Lin, this is a total of 300 spiritual jades. Thank you for your patronage." Hong Zhong placed the entire bag of spiritual herbs in front of Lin Yi and took Lin Yi's spiritual jade card. He chuckled. "Not at all. Shopkeeper Hong is too polite. I should be the one thanking you." Lin Yi nodded at Hong Zhong. The list that he had given out contained more than 10 types of spiritual herbs. Although most of them were common spiritual herbs and none of them were extremely rare like the heart-devouring exquisite grass, even if they were all of high quality, the price of a single stock would not be too high. However, there were too many of them. There were dozens of spiritual herbs. Moreover, it was requested to be made in 5 sets. According to the Hong Chamber of Commerce's price, it would be at least 350 spiritual jades. Even if Lin Yi's spiritual jade card had a 10% discount, it would still be at least 320 spiritual jades. However, Hong Zhong only charged him 300 spirit jades. This price was almost equivalent to the treatment of a VIP spirit jade card. It was another favor that came at little cost. But Lin Yi didn't want to reject the offer. Since the other party was willing to give him a discount like this, he didn't mind. That meant that they had the intention to rope him in. It was definitely not a bad thing to be valued and roped in by a business god like Hong Zhong. If he rejected the other party's good intentions because he was pretentious, he would have a preconceived impression of him. Then it would be very difficult to establish a deep friendship in the future. Although Lin Yi didn't have 300 spiritual jades on him, he had some in his card. Don't forget that Hong Zhong had given him 400 spiritual jades when he gave him the spiritual jade card. Strictly speaking, even the spiritual herbs that Lin Yi bought this time were given by Hong Zhong. In order to befriend this potential stock, Hong Zhong had spent a lot of capital. However, it was impolite not to reciprocate. Lin Yi wasn't the kind of person who liked to take advantage of others. He had received so much care from Hong Zhong, but he didn't want to repay the other party at all. That wasn't his style. After taking the bag of spiritual herbs, Hong Zhong thought that Lin Yi would leave. However, he didn't expect that Lin Yi would suddenly think of something and take out a small wooden box from his sleeve and hand it over. This is. Hong Zhong's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he did want to befriend Lin Er in front of him, he was a businessman through and through. If he couldn't get anything in return from the other party, then no matter how extraordinary the other party was, out of professional ethics, he couldn't continue to work unilaterally. As the shopkeeper of the North Island branch of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce, Hong Zhong couldn't get many benefits from the other party. However, the 2 top-grade bottleneck-breaking elixirs last time really benefited him a lot. After all, although the bottleneck-breaking elixir was common, the top-grade bottleneck-breaking elixir like the one last time was extremely rare even in the Middle Island where the top alchemists gathered. Since he was assigned to the North Island decades ago, the number of top-grade bottleneck-breaking elixirs that passed through Hong Zhong's hands could be counted on one hand. For the North Island branch of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce, every top-grade bottleneck-breaking elixir was a feast to enhance the influence of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, the 2 top-grade bottleneck-breaking elixirs that Lin Yi gave him last time could be said to be a genuine gift. This time, seeing that the other party was only here to purchase spiritual herbs, Hong Zhong didn't think that there would be such a good thing. Moreover, judging from Lin Yi's behavior at the beginning, it seemed that he really didn't plan to sell any elixirs. However, now, for some reason, he suddenly changed his mind. If people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. Is this Lin Er a guy with this kind of style? Hong Zhong was a man of experience, after all, and it didn't take long for him to understand the reason behind Lin Yi's actions. He couldn't help but smile knowingly. Mutual benefits were the only way to go in the long run, and this Lin Er was a natural businessman as well. He thought that this time it would be the top-grade bottleneck-breaking elixir like last time. However, when he opened the lid of the wooden box, Hong Zhong couldn't help but be stunned. There were 3 elixirs in the wooden box, but they were not bottleneck-breaking elixirs, but bottleneck-building elixirs. They were also different from the bottleneck-building elixirs called bottleneck-building elixirs in the secular world. Although they both had the word foundation establishment in them, the value of bottleneck-breaking elixirs was obviously incomparable to bottleneck-building elixirs. Bottleneck-building elixirs were only for people under the foundation establishment stage, while bottleneck-breaking elixirs were for experts in the foundation establishment stage. They were on completely different levels. In terms of selling price, a normal bottleneck-breaking elixir could be priced at 400 spirit jade, but a bottleneck-building elixir could be priced at 250 spirit jade at most. And this was even because of the strong request of the Alchemy Hall. After all, the Alchemy Hall casually charged 200 spirit jade for refining elixirs. If the selling price in the market was lower than 200 spirit jade, no one would find the Alchemy Hall to refine elixirs. Chapter 3827. 3 Supreme Grade Foundation Establishment Pills for 1,500 Spiritual Jades. What do you think, young hero Lin? Hong Zhong raised his head and asked. 500 spiritual jades for 1 Supreme Grade Foundation Establishment Pill. Although this purchase price was not very high, it was definitely not low. Although the Hong Chamber of Commerce could make a lot of money from it, Hong Zhong had already taken good care of Lin Yi. Lin Yi had no objection to this at all. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay. Thank you, shopkeeper Hong. However, I still have a presumptuous request. Young hero Lin, just tell me what you need. I will do my best." Hong Zhong was a little surprised. He had dealt with this Lin second twice, but he had never heard him make any requests. However, out of the importance he attached to Lin Yi, and the fact that Lin Yi had indeed brought him a lot of benefits both times, Hong Zhong would try his best to satisfy Lin Yi's requests as long as they were not too excessive. However, Lin Yi's next request stunned Hong Zhong. "I want to stay here for a while. This won't hinder shopkeeper Hong from doing business, right?" Of course. Young hero Lin, please do as you wish. Even if you want to stay here, I can let someone arrange it." Hong Zhong chuckled. He thought that Lin Second really accepted Yuja's suggestion and planned to stay here. It was no wonder. In his opinion, Lin Yi was afraid of Nan Tianyong and Yuja. He wanted to hide here for a while to wear down their patience and make them give up. Facing an enemy like Nan Tianyong, who was completely impossible to deal with, it was human nature to be afraid and want to retreat. However, in Hong Zhong's opinion, Lin Yi's idea was still a little too wishful thinking. With the conflict between him and Nan Tianyong and Wuxia, the other party would never let him go so easily. It was useless to delay here for a long time. The other party would still wait here, and it was impossible for them to leave. Maybe after a while, this Lin II would regret it and take the initiative to ask his Hong Chamber of Commerce's guest experts to protect him. However, Linny smiled and shook his head. Stay here? That's not necessary. I only need to wait here for 2 hours. 2 hours? Hong Zhong couldn't help but be stunned. Even a veteran like him couldn't figure out what Linny was planning. He could only laugh and nod at Linny. Then young hero Lin, please go ahead. If you need anything, feel free to ask me at any time. In the blink of an eye. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Nan Tianyong and Wuxia stood guard at the street opposite the Hong Chamber of Commerce for an entire 2 hours under the scorching sun. Disciple, do you think that brat will hide in the Hong Merchant Guild and not dare to come out? It's a waste of time to waste with him. Nan Tianyong frowned impatiently. Wuxia was the one who would fight to the death with Linny, not him, Nan Tianyong. He appeared here not only to vent his disciple's anger, but also to vent his own anger. He had no way of getting back at the Hong Chamber of Commerce last time. If he wanted to vent his anger, he could only vent it on Lin Yi. However, if he were to continue wasting his time here just to vent his anger, then he would not be able to do so. He, Nan Tianyong, did not have such patience. In his opinion, due to the difference in strength between them, if he were in Lin Yi's position, he would definitely not step out of the Hong Chamber of Commerce even if he was beaten to death. As long as he hid in the Hong Chamber of Commerce. And if he took a step out of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, he would immediately be targeted by a peak late-stage Foundation establishment expert. He was about to become a dead man. It was clear at a glance what he should do. No, I could feel it when we fought last time. This brat doesn't look like a coward. He will definitely come out. Wuxia shook his head. After experiencing the life and death struggle last time, even if he did not know Lin Yi's true identity, his understanding of Lin Yi was probably far above most people in the Welcome Pavilion. If Lin Yi was really such a coward, then how could he have defeated a mid-stage Foundation establishment expert like him last time? Challenging someone of a higher level not only required strength, but also courage and confidence. Neither was lacking. Tisk, it's already been 2 hours. If this goes on, who knows how long we'll have to wait. Forget it, disciple, continue watching here. Master, I'll go up and have a cup of tea. Nan Tianyong rolled his eyes at Wuxia and turned to enter the shop behind him. There was a private room upstairs for him to rest in. However, just as Nan Tianyong turned around, Wuxia was suddenly shocked. His eyes that were staring at the Hong Chamber of Commerce suddenly widened. Master, he came out. What? He knows that I'm guarding here and this brat still dares to come out? Nan Tianyong was shocked and turned around in disbelief. Following the direction of Wuxia's finger, a figure carrying a cloth bag was slowly walking out of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. This figure was indeed the guy he saw at the window on the 2nd floor. The culprit who almost killed Wuxia and made Nan Tianyong suffer at the Hong Chamber of Commerce, Lin Air. This guy, I really don't know if I should say that he has guts, or that he's looking for death. Looking at Lin Yi's figure, Wuxia's veins couldn't help but bulge, and his expression was ferocious. Although he believed that this Lin Air wouldn't be so cowardly as to hide in the Hong Chamber of Commerce and not come out, he never thought that in just a short 2 hours, this guy would actually dare to appear. Moreover, he was alone and didn't find any help from the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Of course he's looking for death. With me, your master, here this brat is merely at the peak of the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Do you think he can go back alive? Nan Tianyong laughed loudly. With his strength as an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, to be able to make him personally take action, for any expert at the peak of the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, it would be an honor. Of course, behind the honor was death. Other than that, there was no other possibility. With master here, that brat is definitely dead this time. However, that brat is extremely sinister and cunning, so master, you must not give him any chance to breathe and talk. Once you see him, kill him in one move and avenge your disciple. Wuxia narrowed his eyes with hatred as he egged Nan Tianyong on. The reason why he deliberately said this was because he was afraid that his master would ask something he shouldn't ask about Lin Air. such as the star inkstone. He had called Nan Tianyong over only to kill this Lin heir and avenge him. In order to ensure that the same mistake from last time would not repeat, he had brought a super fighter. Chapter 38-28. Don't worry in front of me, your master. That kid has no right to speak, let alone a chance to speak. Nan Tianyong didn't know what was going on and responded cheerfully. Anyway, he really didn't have any interest in talking nonsense with this kind of ant. He just wanted to kill someone to vent his anger. That's for the best. Wuxia inwardly rejoiced. After Nan Tianyong dealt with Lin heir, he would find a chance to steal the star inkstone from him. If he could find a few top-grade Foundation establishment barrier-breaking pills, that would be for the best. At this time, a slightly familiar voice suddenly sounded in front of the two of them. Is that so? That's a pity. I originally wanted to exchange a few moves with Senior, but it seems like I won't have this chance. Nan Tianyong and Wuxia were suddenly shocked, because along with this voice, a familiar face appeared in front of them. It was the kid that made the two of them grind their teeth, Lin heir. In Wuxia's expectations, even if this guy had the guts to come out of the Hong conglomerate, he would definitely run away. He wouldn't dare to stay in this kind of place, let alone appear in front of the two of them. However, at this moment, Lin Yi openly stood in front of them. The distance between them was less than 10 feet. Looking at Lin Yi's expression that seemed like a smile that wasn't a smile, Nan Tianyong and Wuxia were shocked and unconsciously took a step back. Then they reacted. They were at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage and one in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage. They actually retreated in front of a peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage. What a shameful action! After coming out of the Hong conglomerate, not only did they not seize the time to run away, but they actually took the initiative to come up. This kind of action was practically courting death. In an instant, Wuxia, the scheming person, was actually the same as his arrogant master, Nan Tianyong, by Lin Yi's incomparably provocative action. Provoked to the point of anger. TSK, since you voluntarily delivered yourself to me, then I'll teach you a move. Are you ready to die? Nan Tianyong laughed coldly. His aura suddenly rose to the extreme. Then he was about to attack Lin Yi, who was very close at hand. This guy was indeed much stronger than expected. Although he already knew, after personally experiencing Nan Tianyong's aura, Lin Yi was even more certain of this. With his strength at the peak of the early Foundation establishment stage, even if he didn't have an advantage in terms of cultivation level, at least he wouldn't be at an absolute disadvantage when facing other opponents in the past. But now, facing Nan Tianyong, an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, even if Lin Yi had all sorts of powerful trump cards, he was still unable to make up for such a great disparity in cultivation level. If they were to really fight, Nan Tianyong did not even need to use any martial skills. A casual palm strike would be enough to obliterate Lin Yi. This was an unavoidable cruel reality. However, in the face of Nan Tianyong's unreserved killing intent, Lin Yi didn't have the slightest expression of fear. Instead, he grinned and said, "Haha, Senior Nan, are you sure you want to fight in this place? Ha! What kind of bullshit was that? Do I need to choose a good feng shui location to kill you?" Nan Tianyong's face was full of ridicule and contempt. Wuxia, who was beside him, also looked at him like he was an idiot. Are you saying this because you're scared and trying to stall for time? Or are you trying to beg for mercy? Unfortunately, no matter what your goal is, it's all just wishful thinking. My master isn't stupid enough to believe the nonsense of an enemy like you. The purpose of these words was naturally to make Nan Tianyong act as soon as possible. Wuxia didn't want any verbal communication between Lin Yi and Nan Tianyong. This was because the slightest slip of the tongue could cause the secret of the star inkstone to be exposed. He absolutely couldn't allow this kind of thing to happen. Even the slightest possibility had to be nipped in the bud. Since Wuxia had said this, Nan Tianyong naturally wouldn't waste any more time. He immediately nodded and laughed coldly. I've said it before. If you want to talk to me, a lowly ant like you is far from qualified. Go die. Finish speaking. Nan Tianyong's palm quickly condensed true energy. In an instant, his killing intent soared to the sky. However, Lin Yi didn't seem to care about Nan Tianyong's action that could kill him at all. After a slight smile, He carried the bag of spiritual medicine that he bought from the Hong Merchant Association and turned to leave as if nothing had happened. What kind of bullshit was this brat up to? He purposely ran in front of the two of them. Could it be that he wanted to use his life to taunt and provoke them? There must be a hole in this brat's brain. Chapter 38-29. Only now did Nan Tianyong react with a head full of cold sweat. Indeed, if he killed this Lin heir of unknown origin here, there wouldn't be any trouble with the three great pavilions, but before that, he still had to get the approval of the large merchants in the inner street. Although killing was common, if someone died in the middle of the street, it would affect their business. Merchants prioritize profit, so no matter what the three great pavilions' law enforcement hall did in this inner street, they had to manage and they had the final say. Like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, facing more than a dozen powerful experts, even Nan Tianyong's heart couldn't help but tremble, not to mention Wuxia, who was only at the middle stage of Foundation Establishment realm. At this moment he was enveloped by so many powerful auras, giving him the feeling that he would become a corpse in the next moment, never to walk out of the inner street alive. Disciple, looks like you were right, this kid is indeed cunning. Nan Tianyong finally reacted. Why did Lin Yi dare to be so brazen in front of him and his disciple? Not only did he not escape, but he even took the initiative to come forward. So it was because he had nothing to fear. In such a situation, even if Nan Tianyong gritted his teeth, he didn't dare to act rashly against Lin Yi. Otherwise, even if he successfully killed Lin Yi, he would probably have to pay a heavy price. To deal with a mere peak early-stage Foundation Establishment realm ant, this was clearly not worth it. Master, let him be arrogant for a while, it's no big deal. When he walks out of the inner street, Master, you can slap him to death. He will still die. Wuxia consoled. He knew that his cheap master had a fiery temper. If he attacked in anger, it would be bad if he was implicated. Although Nan Tianyong was a slow-witted person, no matter what, he had suffered a huge loss at the Hong Chamber of Commerce previously. If he still didn't learn his lesson, then he wouldn't be where he was today. As expected, they caught up. Lin Yi glanced at the two people not far behind him, the corners of his mouth curling up into a playful smile. The reason why he took the initiative to come forward was indeed as Nan Tianyong and Wuxia thought. It was because there were so many guest experts of the Shang clan around. Under Hong Zhong's intentional guidance, Lin Yi was indeed fearless here. However, Lin Yi was not so bored as to provoke them just for the sake of provoking them. He deliberately provoked the master and disciple at such a close distance, especially Nan Tianyong, with a special intention. He and Wuxia had always been mortal enemies, and this Wuxia was extremely scheming. It was unrealistic to try to confuse or set a trap for Wuxia. However, what Lin Yi wanted to do now was not to make a fuss about Wuxia. His target was Nan Tianyong. Although Wuxia was an expert in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm and posed a significant threat to Lin Yi, he couldn't be compared to Nan Tianyong, who was an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. For Lin Yi, if he couldn't get rid of Nan Tianyong, who was at the peak of the late stage of Foundation Establishment, then even if he could find a chance to kill Wuxia, it would be useless. He wouldn't be able to get rid of Nan Tianyong. In the end, he would still have to die. Simply running away was definitely not realistic. After all, no matter how fast Lin Yi was, it was only when compared to experts of the same level. Facing a great expert at the peak of the late stage of Foundation Establishment realm, it was simply a fool's talk to rely on speed to get rid of the opponent. It was impossible under normal circumstances to jump levels to deal with an enemy like Nan Tianyong, who had such a large disparity in levels. Even if he was lucky enough to get the chance to attack, he would only have one chance at most. There would be no second chance. Therefore, in a situation where there was no chance for Lin Yi to survive, even if it looked like he was courting death in the eyes of others, he had to brace himself and court death. Other people wouldn't die if they didn't court death. However, when it came to Lin Yi, if he didn't court death, he would die instead. Lin Yi's method of courting death was simple and direct, and that was to provoke Nan Tianyong. Unlike the scheming Wuxia, although Nan Tianyong was powerful and held the important position of Soaring Sky Pavilion's supervising deacon, in terms of personality, this person was much easier to deal with than his disciple Wuxia. If Lin Yi wanted to provoke him, it would be a piece of cake. In fact, things were indeed developing in the direction that Lin Yi expected. A lowly ant that could be crushed to death at any time was approaching fearlessly in front of everyone. Even if he didn't say anything to provoke the opponent, in Nan Tianyong's eyes, this action in itself was already a provocation, an unforgivable provocation. I will kill that brat, absolutely. Nan Tianyong looked at Lin Yi's leisurely back not far in front of him, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. Not far ahead was the exit of the back street. He had already made up his mind that as long as that brat dared to take a step out, he would immediately kill him. In order to vent his anger, he would do it in the most bloody way possible. However, Wuxia, who was watching from the side, felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. After all, no matter how he looked at it, with Nan Tianyong, who was at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation realm, making a move no matter how smart Lin Air was, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Could it be that he wanted to provoke this cheap master of his? This thought suddenly flashed through Wuxia's mind. If this was really his intention, then his goal was indeed achieved. However, what was the use of this? It would only make him die faster. Indeed, it was easier for people to expose flaws that they wouldn't have in the past when they were angry. However, these flaws were only opportunities for experts of the same level. If it was Nan Tianyong against Lin Air, then no matter how many flaws Nan Tianyong exposed, it would be useless. As for Lin Air, he was only at the peak of the early stage of the Foundation realm. No matter how many opportunities he had, he wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent. This was like if one side was a giant dragon and the other side was an ant. So what if the giant dragon exposed even more fatal flaws? Could the ant take the opportunity to kill the giant dragon? Hong Zhong, who was standing on the second floor of the Hong Merchant Association and witnessing the scene below, could not help but shake his head in amusement. I really don't understand this young man who calls himself Lin Air. However, it seems that this time that idiot called Nan Tianyong is going to suffer again. What Lin Yi had been doing in the Hong Chamber of Commerce for the past 2 hours was something that he, as the owner, had seen very clearly. Chapter 3830. At this moment, without the protection of the experts from the Hong Chamber of Commerce, Hong Zhong had no doubt that Lin Yi could handle this crisis. What he needed to consider now was when to change Lin Yi's normal spiritual jade card to a VIP spiritual jade card. Of course, this was just an idea. With Hong Zhong's status and influence, he could freely use the normal spiritual jade cards. But if it was a higher-level VIP spiritual jade card, it must be inspected by the upper echelons of the Merchant Union. Hong Zhong only had a certain degree of recommendation power. Holding a normal spiritual jade card meant that he already had a superior status and strength. Then holding a VIP spiritual jade card meant that he had already become a big shot, or at least had the potential to become a big shot. In just 2 short encounters, Lin Yi, who was only at the peak of the early stage of the foundational realm, had already successfully obtained Hong Zhong's approval. But if he wanted to go further, he needed to reach a higher level. After all, if he really gave a VIP spiritual jade card, which did not exceed 2 digits in the entire 5 islands of the heaven stage, to a peak of the early stage of the foundational realm, it would really be a joke. After a while, Lin Yi finally stepped out of the boundary of the inner street, and the murderous intent behind him followed. Kid, go to hell. Nan Tianyong did not care about the surprised looks of the inner street guards. Without hesitation, he rushed out and was about to kill Lin Yi with a palm. However, before his palm hit, his vision suddenly blurred. Then, he saw that the originally leisurely Lin Yi in an instant had accelerated from extreme silence to extreme speed. Butterfly subtle steps and gale-chasing lightning boots at this moment in the endless flow of people outside displayed their greatest power. He missed? How is this possible? Wuxia, who was following behind, saw this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. That palm just now, although his cheap master Nan Tianyong did not use his full strength, he was still a peak of the late stage of the foundational realm. Even if he only showed 10% of his strength, it was not something that a mere peak of the early stage of the foundational realm could handle. However, even if he stood on the opposing side, Wuxia couldn't help but praise Lin Yi's reaction just now. There was almost no acceleration at all. He directly went from a leisurely state to full speed, so that Nan Tianyong's palm actually missed. It was not Lin Yi's absolute speed. It was already fast to the point where it could shake off Nan Tianyong, a peak late-stage foundation establishment expert. The reason why it was able to dodge the opponent's attack was entirely due to that inconceivable, hair-raising acceleration. At this point, even Nan Tianyong couldn't do it. It wasn't that Lin Yi had obtained some kind of heaven-defying cheat, nor did he obtain any powerful movement technique. The reason why he was able to do this was entirely due to the little trick he learned during the resistance test. After entering the foundation establishment stage, all of the acupuncture points in his body could already freely release true qi, and on the way to the inner street, Lin Yi secretly accumulated true qi in each of the acupuncture points in his body. Once all the preparations were complete, it shot backwards at full force in an instant. And it was precisely by using this powerful reaction force that Lin Yi was able to explode with that kind of terrifying acceleration in an instant. Only in this way would he be able to get rid of Nan Tianyong's underestimating palm strike. Otherwise, he would already be a dead man by now. Although he had the gale-chasing lightning boots and butterfly microsteps, the opponent's strength was also there. Lin Yi's own hardware wasn't enough, no matter how good his equipment and skills were. Using the acupuncture points to shoot true qi, this technique wasn't complicated, and in many situations it could often be seen to have miraculous effects. As long as one had a little bit of comprehension and talent, it wasn't difficult to do this, but it might not be practical. There was only one reason: this technique required a large amount of true qi. If the true qi was released too little, it would be very difficult to have miraculous effects, but if it was released too much, it would be very wasteful. After all, the true qi in a normal person's body was very limited. If it couldn't be transformed into a martial technique, it would be an unforgivable waste of power. But Lin Yi was different. For him who sat in the space of the jade pendant, true qi was never a problem. As long as he had the slightest opportunity, he could immediately and continuously replenish it. Therefore, this technique that required a large amount of true qi, but could often have miraculous effects, was simply tailor-made for him. Despicable brat! Nan Tianyong instantly flew into a rage out of humiliation when his sure-kill attack failed. Without another word, he followed with all his strength. He wouldn't have a headache over how the opponent was able to dodge his attack. Since the first attack didn't hit, then he could just attack again. Although Nan Tianyong's brain couldn't be said to be very good, once he really fought, this fellow's battle instincts were shockingly sharp. He was an out-and-out strong person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the name of the Nan family's three heroes. As a great expert at the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment realm, once Nan Tianyong got serious, even if he himself wasn't a speed-type expert, his speed was far from what any expert at the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm could match. Even if Wuxia didn't have any sincerity towards Nan Tianyong, this cheap master, he firmly believed that Lin Yi definitely wouldn't be able to escape. However, the following development once again exceeded Wuxia's expectations. Nan Tianyong was obviously really angry, but he actually couldn't catch up to Lin Yi at the first moment. Luckily, it's just as I expected, or else it would be really difficult today. Lin Yi looked at Nan Tianyong, who was chasing closely behind him, and couldn't help but feel lucky. However, he still didn't dare to relax, because even though he had already used all his strength, he still couldn't shake off his opponent. A place with a lot of people like the market was the place where his butterfly subtle steps and gale-chasing lightning boots could display their greatest power. If it was an expert of the same level, he was afraid that he would be thrown off the street in an instant. However, facing Nan Tianyong, who was at the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment realm, although he didn't catch up, the distance between them didn't get any further. On the contrary, Wuxia, who was following behind Nan Tianyong, was gradually pulled away. If this continued, he might very quickly fall behind. So this brat is actually this strong? Wuxia's heart was instantly shocked, followed by a surge of strong unwillingness. As a middle-stage expert of the foundation establishment realm, he was actually pulled away by a mere peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. How could he accept this kind of fucking thing? Chapter 38-31. However, just as Wuxia's face was filled with hatred as he watched Lin Yi get further and further away, Nan Tianyong suddenly spoke up. "Disciple, go block the entrance of the market. Leave this kid to me. I'd like to see how far this bastard can run." Wuxia paused slightly and looked deeply at Lin Yi's receding figure. He then nodded and turned in another direction without hesitation. Although he couldn't guess which direction Lin Yi would run in next to Wuxia, He only needed to take a shortcut to get to any exit ahead of time. If he could block the exit, that would be even better. If he chose the wrong exit, then it didn't matter. Anyway, his master Nan Tianyong was personally watching. This Lin second couldn't run away. He just had to waste a bit more time on him. Sensing that the two people behind him had split up, Lin Yi's heart couldn't help but tremble. The reason he could maintain his speed and not be caught by Nan Tianyong was because of the flow of people. However, at the same time there was a disadvantage. If it was a remote place, even if the two people split up, it wouldn't matter much because Lin Yi could easily find the other's tracks with his intuition. However, in this noisy market, it was unrealistic to want to pay attention to Yuxia's location, while facing the huge pressure brought by Nan Tianyong. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi didn't pay attention to Wuxia and focused on getting rid of Nan Tianyong. Although he knew what the other wanted to do and what kind of threat the other would pose to him, once the other guessed the direction he would choose to escape in, then he would have to face a pincer attack from the front and back. After the last fight, Lin Yi wasn't afraid of Wuxia in a one-on-one fight. However, the other was a middle-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Master who was one level higher than him. It wasn't hard to hold him back for a short period of time. But if he was delayed for even a moment, then there would only be one ending for Lin Yi, death without a burial. After all, Nan Tianyong's peak late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm strength wasn't something to joke about. If the distance was just a bit closer, then he would already be dead. Lin Yi was well aware of this point. However, it was precisely because of this that Lin Yi had no time to pay attention to Wuxia. Compared to this unknown risk, the real threat of Nan Tianyong behind him was more terrifying and fatal. But even if we go all out to guard against him, it's still not enough. This Nan Tianyong is really hard to deal with. Taking advantage of the gap in the crowd, Lin Yi took the time to glance behind him, and his heart shivered again. The gap that Chan Feng had created by using his acupoints to shoot out his zhenqi had actually been forcefully shortened. Although the distance that he had shortened was very limited, it was still shortened. There was no doubt about it. Even though Lin Yi's butterfly subtle steps and gale-chasing lightning boots had reached their maximum speed under the cover of the crowd, he was still not faster than his opponent. Even a layman could see that Nan Tianyong wasn't the type that excelled in speed. However, under the huge disparity in level, his speed was still not something that Lin Yi, a peak early-stage Foundation Establishment expert, could match. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, this was a crowded market. If he wasn't afraid of the experts in the crowd, this guy would have already caught up. Originally, with Nan Tianyong's overbearing temper, if ordinary people dared to block his way, he would have already started a massacre. Then, even if Lin Yi relied on the butterfly subtle steps, there would be no way for him to not be caught. Unfortunately, this wasn't a bustling market for ordinary people, but a market exclusive to cultivators. The people passing by might only be heaven stage experts. Perhaps he would be an expert of the Foundation Establishment stage, or even a super expert above the Foundation Establishment stage. Therefore, even if Nan Tianyong had the strength of a peak late-stage Foundation Establishment, even if his temper was fiery and overbearing, he wouldn't dare to go crazy in this kind of situation. Otherwise, if he incurred the wrath of the crowd, or if he simply provoked some great god hidden in the crowd, then forget about killing Lin Yi. He would die here first. But even if he didn't dare to burst out with full speed because of the crowd, Nan Tianyong still used his absolute advantage in speed to catch up little by little. If this continued, who knew when he would be caught up? Looks like I have to end this quickly. Lin Yi's heart moved. Not only because he would be caught up if this continued, but more importantly, the thing condensed on his palm had already begun to move. If he forced it to stay in his hand for too long, it would be a big problem. After observing the direction for a while, Lin Yi immediately used the crowd as a cover. Without any hesitation, he jumped directly to one of the market's exits. His figure was as fast as a ghost, constantly flashing in the crowd. Lin Yi quickly arrived at the exit, but there was already a familiar figure waiting in front of him, Wuxia. You didn't expect this, right? Even the heavens didn't help you, you're really unlucky. Wuxia greeted him with a sinister smile. There were a total of 4 exits in the market's outer street and middle street. Even if Lin Yi was under too much pressure from Nan Tianyong and couldn't choose every exit as he pleased, there were at least 2 or more choices. Because Wuxia took a shortcut and arrived early, he couldn't know Lin Yi's choice and couldn't change it midway. Therefore, even Wuxia didn't have much confidence in whether or not he could stop Lin Yi. After all, the possibility of this gamble being successful was really not high. As for Lin Yi himself, he wasn't too worried about this. His attention was completely focused on Nan Tianyong behind him. But a scene that no one expected happened just like that. Wuxia made the gamble, and what Lin Yi was facing next was a dead end from a pincer attack. After a period of relentless pursuit, Nan Tianyong was only 15 feet away from Lin Yi. This bit of distance was almost within reach for an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. If Wuxia in front of him was slightly obstructed, then Lin Yi would die without a doubt. After all, this wasn't like the moment when he walked out of the inner street. Nan Tianyong behind him was already moving at full speed. If Lin Yi's speed was slightly slower, then forget about escaping like before, the result would be a slap to death. And for Wuxia, who was in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, even if he was humiliated and almost killed by Lin Yi last time, if he just wanted to obstruct Lin Yi, then it couldn't be any easier. Chapter 38-32. You stole my staring stone and almost caused me to go see the King of Hell. Now I can finally properly settle this debt. 24 forms of the deadly chainsword. This guy's got quite a bit of resentment in him. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. Although he had almost killed his opponent last time, this Wuxia was definitely a very troublesome existence. Even if it was one-on-one, Lin Yi would have a hard time dealing with him. Now, there was an even more terrifying Nan Tianyong chasing after him. Seeing the change in Lin Yi's expression, Wuxia felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could finally release all the pent-up frustration he'd been holding in for a month. Bastard Lin second, go die. The star inkstone is destined to be mine. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy of the 24 forms of the deadly chainsword had completely condensed at his fingertips. Just as Wuxia was about to cut his opponent in half, he saw Lin Yi's figure suddenly pause. Do you still want to retreat now? Is there a hole in your brain? There are only two outcomes for you, kid. Either you die under my master's palm, or you die under my sword aura. There's no third option. Wuxia laughed coldly as he raised his finger, about to unleash his sword aura and cut Lin Yi in half. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Yi didn't regret or dodge before he slashed out with his sword. Instead, Lin Yi sped up and charged at him without a word. How is this possible? Seeing the distance between Lin Yi and himself instantly shrink from 30 feet to 3 feet, Wuxia, who had already planned to cut Lin Yi in half, was so scared that he almost shit his pants. Only now did he realize that the reason why Lin Yi seemed to pause was not because he was preparing to retreat, but because he was accumulating energy to increase his speed further. This guy must be on drugs. Under the full pursuit of his master, Nan Tianyong, he should have used all his strength and shouldn't have held back. How could he increase his speed again at this time? What he didn't know was that Lin Yi's instantaneous acceleration was exactly the same as the method he used to get rid of Nan Tianyong at the inner street entrance. Once again, he used the technique of injecting true qi from his acupoints. Although he had already pushed the speed of the butterfly subtle steps and the gale-chasing lightning boots to the extreme, because of the existence of this technique, as long as there was a constant supply of vital energy theoretically, he could achieve unlimited acceleration. Even if he had reached the extreme of his own speed, it would not be a problem. Of course, with an ordinary person's vital qi reserves, it would be a crime to use such a technique even once. Naturally, it was impossible for there to be a second time. However, Lin Yi was different. He had a heaven-defying golden finger like the space in the jade pendant, so he had no worries in terms of real qi. As long as the technique of injecting qi through acupoints was effective, he would not be stingy even if he had to use it 3 or 4 times. Because of this sudden acceleration, Lin Yi had truly caught Wuxia off guard. The distance between them was less than 3 feet. Even though Wuxia had already condensed a sword qi killer move at his fingertips, he did not have time to release it at this moment. More importantly, based on the battle instincts of a mid-stage Foundation establishment expert, Wuxia suddenly felt a trace of extreme danger from Lin Yi. This feeling, it was as if he would immediately become a dead man if he stayed next to this guy for even a second longer. One had to know that even from his master Nan Tianyong, who was a peak late-stage Foundation establishment expert, Wuxia had never felt such a heart-palpitating power. His instincts towards danger never lied. Could it be that this Lin second still had some kind of extremely terrifying killer move hidden on him? He was already scared stiff by Lin Yi's instantaneous acceleration, and then he had such a frightening sense of danger. Wuxia was instantly scared out of his wits. Even though he knew that if he slightly hindered Lin Yi, the other party would die for sure, he still subconsciously chose to retreat. Compared to taking the opportunity to delay Lin Yi and wash away his shame, Wuxia clearly valued his own life more. After all, if he died, then everything would be over. As for Lin Yi, it was fine even if he let him go for now. Nan Tianyong was behind him anyway. This brat could not escape at all. Seeing Wuxia take the initiative to admit defeat, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh lightly. You took the initiative to make way for me? Then I really have to thank you for not killing me. I will never forget your kindness. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi completely ignored Wuxia, who was fuming with anger. With another acceleration, he directly swept past Wuxia. In the blink of an eye, he had already left Wuxia far behind. Are you fucking crazy? Such a good opportunity, why the fuck did you give way to him? Nan Tianyong, who was chasing closely, almost twisted his mouth in anger when he saw this scene. Separated by layers of people, he chased all the way from the inner street entrance to the market entrance, but he still couldn't catch up to a mere peak early-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Master. In addition, he was previously provoked by Lin Yi in the inner street, so Nan Tianyong had a stomach full of anger. After seeing Wuxia gamble, Nan Tianyong originally thought that this time, Lin Yi had no chance of escaping from death. He didn't expect that this kind of unsolvable deadlock from the front and back was actually inexplicably given up by his own disciple. Wuxia grinned awkwardly, but he couldn't say anything. After all, even if his intuition was that kind of extremely fatal danger, no matter what, in this kind of situation where he had the absolute advantage, he was scared off by a mere peak early-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Master. This was really a bit unreasonable. But luckily, Nan Tianyong only scolded him once and then continued to ignore him. This was because he still had to chase after Lin Yi in front of him. This was such a great opportunity. The two of them, a peak late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Master and a middle-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Master, actually let Lin Yi escape. Then this old man would really have no place to put his face. After leaving the crowded market, there were no more obstructing passers-by. Nan Tianyong's speed obviously increased by a lot. Even Lin Yi, who was accelerated by the vital energy from his meridians, was far inferior to him. If it wasn't for the fact that Wuxia took the initiative to give way, Nan Tianyong might have been able to quickly catch up to Lin Yi in 3 breaths of time. And even now, as long as he spent double the time, he would definitely be able to catch up and kill him in one move. Chapter 38-33. Unfortunately for Lin Yi, the biggest threat wasn't Wuxia, but Nan Tianyong, who was at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. Without the cover of people, it's impossible to escape like this. Lin Yi frowned as he looked at Nan Tianyong, who was already very close behind him. Although he had already expected this outcome, he still felt a little helpless when he truly felt the disparity between them. If he hadn't prepared his killer move in advance at the Hong Chamber of Commerce, it would have been unrealistic for him to escape from an expert at the peak of the late Foundation Establishment realm with his current strength. In the blink of an eye, Nan Tianyong was only 10 feet behind Lin Yi. At this distance, no one could escape his attack, not even a master of the same level, let alone a weakling like an ant. Waha! Run, keep running. If a lowly ant like you can escape from my palm, I'll twist my head off and let you use it as a urinal. Nan Tianyong laughed wildly. Without any preparation, he stretched out his hand to kill Lin Yi. A murderous intent quickly shrouded Lin Yi's head. Although Nan Tianyong didn't use any martial arts, in terms of pure lethality, it was above just 24 consecutive sword forms. More importantly, it wasn't like martial arts which had all sorts of restrictions. He could change it as he pleased, and it was impossible to defend against. No matter how simple and crude his brain was, Nan Tianyong was an experienced master. He knew that when the difference in levels was large enough, the best way to bully noobs wasn't to use powerful martial arts. On the contrary, simple punches and kicks were more invulnerable, and people didn't even know how to escape. Unexpectedly, faced with the murderous intent above his head, Lin Yi didn't seem to notice it at all. Instead, He calmly turned his head to Nan Tianyong and said, "Urinal? Then I'm sorry, your head really isn't good looking. I don't like it. I'm afraid I won't be able to pee." Fuck. Nan Tianyong was so angry that his beard trembled, and he was about to slap Linny to death. Sharp-tongued brat. Go to hell for this great master. Is that so? Linny didn't escape. Instead, he stopped and said with a faint smile, "Why don't we make a bet to see who will die first? Come. How about showing Senior Nan something fun?" Nan Tianyong was slightly taken aback, and his hands could not help but stop moving. Surprisingly, Linny didn't even try to dodge. With a turn of his hand, he launched a palm strike at him. Seeing this, he couldn't help but sneer. "Overconfident fool, your lethality is like that of an ant to me." However, before he finished speaking, Nan Tianyong suddenly felt an inexplicable tremble from the bottom of his heart. Only then did he realize that Lin Yi's action was not aimed at him, but seemed to be holding something in his hand. Furthermore, that thing seemed to be a condensation of endless true qi. The indescribable might hidden within it actually caused even him, a peak late-stage foundation establishment expert, to unconsciously feel fear. It wasn't until this moment that Nan Tianyong suddenly realized why his disciple, Wuxia, took the initiative to give way to the opponent. After all, in terms of hatred, Wuxia and this Lin Yi were irreconcilable enemies, far above his master who was involved in this matter. It would be strange if Wuxia wasn't afraid of this kind of dangerous thing that even he felt inexplicably fearful of. Even though he felt that it was too humiliating, Nan Tianyong subconsciously wanted to withdraw at this moment. Although he didn't know what Lin Yi was up to, his intuition towards danger wouldn't lie. If he were to sacrifice himself to kill a mere early-stage foundation establishment ant, that wouldn't be worth it. However, even if Nan Tianyong already knew the situation and wanted to withdraw, Lin Yi simply wouldn't give him this opportunity. The thing in his hand was immediately thrown out. Under Nan Tianyong's incomparably terrified gaze, this thing that was condensed with endless true qi instantly exploded less than a foot away from him. Boom! An earth-shattering sound shook the ground within a radius of dozens of miles. In the market not far from here, countless stalls outside the shops were shaken to the point that they fell apart on the street. All the cultivators' expressions changed, and all of them had a look of fear on their faces. Even the guest experts of the many shops in the inner street couldn't help but be surprised. Even if they went all out, they might not be able to cause such a big movement. Only Hong Zhong of the Hong Chamber of Commerce seemed to have expected this earthquake. However, even so at this moment, when he really felt this earth-shattering movement, he couldn't help but be startled and speechless. It's indeed a big move that took an entire hour. This Lin Yi is really something. Hong Zhong shook his head with a smile. He didn't think he was an ordinary person, but compared with Lin Yi, he was still too far behind. At least when he was at the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, he couldn't deal with a master at the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment realm, and he didn't have such a heaven-defying method. Not to mention the uproar in the market at this moment, the center of the explosion had flattened several surrounding hills, and it created a circular pit that was more than 100 feet deep. It gave people the feeling that it was a sinkhole that was smashed by a meteorite from outer space. Because of the dust generated by the explosion, it covered the sky and did not disperse for a long time. It seemed that at least for the next day, it would be difficult for the dust to settle. After a moment, a figure suddenly sprang out from the dust and fled without saying a word. This figure was the one who caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Lin Yi. True Qi has been held for an entire hour. This kind of true Qi bomb is really not for humans to play with. At this moment, even Lin Yi himself had a lingering fear. That's right. In order to deal with Nan Tianyong, a master at the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment realm, Lin Yi deliberately stayed at the Hong Chamber of Commerce for an entire hour. There was only one purpose, which was to condense the true Qi bomb. In the past, when he was in the secular world, the true Qi bomb had always been Lin Yi's specialty. He had often used it to deter and deal with powerful enemies. Moreover, because of the huge destructive power that far exceeded his own strength level, this move could be said to be tried and tested. However, although the true Qi bomb was powerful, it had an unavoidable fatal flaw, which was that it needed to be charged. The higher the level of the opponent, the longer the charging time. Otherwise, if the charging time was not enough, it would lead to insufficient true qi. The true qi bomb that was thrown would naturally not be powerful enough to achieve the desired effect. Chapter 38-34. However, the biggest advantage of the true qi bomb was that it could create a destructive power that was above its level. If it was a martial arts skill, then no matter how much true qi there was, the upper limit of the power it could display was 10. This was limited by the level of strength. However, the true qi bomb was different. As long as there was enough true qi, then the final power created could reach 15 or even 20 or even more. Of course, there were advantages and disadvantages. The premise of the explosive power not only required a large amount of true qi, but also enough time to accumulate power in advance. However, this was simply unrealistic in actual combat. After all, the opponent would not foolishly stand there and wait for you to make a true qi bomb and then throw it at his head, right? Previously, when Lin Yi was in the secular world, apart from using it in actual combat, the main use of the true qi bomb was for deterrence. Its nature was basically equivalent to that of a nuclear weapon. Although the true qi bomb did not have much value in actual combat, it was simply a tailor-made and excellent method to turn the situation around in order to solve Lin Yi's current predicament. He had long known that Nan Tianyong and Wuxia were waiting for him. As long as he took a step out of the inner street, he would definitely face a cruel and relentless pursuit. Although Nan Tianyong and Wuxia wished that they could tear Lin Yi into pieces, they did not dare to do so in the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, as long as he stayed in the Hong Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yi could peacefully hold his true qi bomb. However, for Lin Yi, things were easy to handle. He would try his best to hold the true qi bomb in the Hong Chamber of Commerce, and then throw it at Nan Tianyong's head. What kind of concept was it to condense a true qi bomb for an entire hour? Lin Yi was constantly condensing and replenishing his true qi at the same time. Anyway, there was enough time and no one to disturb him. Lin Yi only stopped when he was almost unable to control it. Even Lin Yi himself had never done such a crazy thing. Although the true qi bomb could theoretically condense true qi infinitely, its power could also be increased infinitely. But the prerequisite was that he had to be able to control it. Even if it was a true qi bomb, it was still a bomb. The more true qi one gathered, the more powerful it would be. However, at the same time, it would be harder to control. Once it exceeded the upper limit of one's control, if one was even slightly careless during the process, it was very likely that it would explode in one's own hands before being thrown at someone else's head. As for how powerful the Zhanqi bomb he could control, Lin Yi had never tested it before, so he naturally did not know. But this time the arrow on the bowstring had to be fired. Even if he knew there was a risk, he had to do it. After all, Nan Tianyong was an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, which was 4 levels higher than Lin Yi. In the face of such a great disparity in strength, even if it was a true qi bomb that could be used against enemies of a higher level, if it could not be held for a long time, it would be very difficult for it to be effective. Lin Yi only had one chance. If the qi bomb didn't kill the opponent, he'd be killed. There would not be a second chance. There was only one outcome waiting for him, and that was death. Therefore, Lin Yi crazily held it for a whole hour. Obviously feeling that the Zhanqi bomb was starting to become a little unstable and had reached the limit of his control, he finally walked out of the Hong Chamber of Commerce and faced it at a close distance, provoking Nan Tianyong and Wuxia. Out of the same concerns as Nan Tianyong, Lin Yi didn't dare throw this qi bomb in the crowded market. After all, once this thing left his hand, it would explode. After all, once this thing left his hand, it was not something he could control. At that time, not only would he hurt innocent people, but he would also easily provoke experts that he could not afford to provoke. Therefore, Lin Yi used all his means and exerted all his strength to lure Nan Tianyong out of the market, and then threw this super Zhanqi bomb that he had been holding for a whole hour at his face. The Zhanqi bomb was a move that killed people indiscriminately. Although whether or not Lin Yi could kill Nan Tianyong was still a question mark, he could at least be sure that this Zhanqi bomb would absolutely not have a problem killing him. At the same time that he threw the Zhanqi bomb, Lin Yi did not hesitate to use all the Zhanqi in his body to wrap himself up tightly, and then used all his strength to escape from the center of the explosion. Even though Lin Yi was already so careful, his current state was really unbearably embarrassing. Even the word embarrassing could not be used to describe it, and could only be used with another word: miserable. His whole body was scorched black, and there were many places that were badly mutilated. Although in fact he did not exchange even half a move with the opponent, the injuries on Lin Yi's body at the moment were far worse than when he fought with Wuxia, a middle-stage foundation establishment stage expert last time. And Lin Yi was only affected by the aftermath of his Zhanqi bomb, and he had used Zhanqi to defend himself in advance. On the other hand, Nan Tianyong, who was completely unprepared, was directly thrown in the face by Lin Yi's Zhanqi bomb. The miserable state of this dignified peak late-stage foundation establishment stage expert could be imagined. With a full 4 levels of suppression, as long as Nan Tianyong was a little bit on guard, the strongest killing move of any peak early-stage foundation establishment stage expert would be a joke in front of him, and it was impossible for him to be injured at all. Therefore, to say that he did not underestimate Lin Yi when facing him was absolutely a lie. It was also because he underestimated the opponent that this time, he was really fooled by Lin Yi. In order to ensure that the Zhanqi bomb in his hand could explode the opponent, Lin Yi did not hesitate to put himself in danger. Otherwise, if they were too far apart with Nan Tianyong's strength, he could completely react in time and then respond. But now that the two of them were so close, no matter how strong Nan Tianyong was, he did not have the chance to react. The super Zhanqi bomb that he had been holding back for a whole hour was thrown in his face without warning. Nan Tianyong only had time to curse, and then there was a loud noise and his vision went black. A dignified peak late-stage foundation establishment stage expert was fooled by Lin Yi just like that, and without saying anything he was directly beaten to the ground. He did not know whether he was dead or alive. With the cover of the aftermath of the Zhanqi bomb, and the dust that filled the sky, Lin Yi did not care whether Nan Tianyong was dead or alive. The only thing he needed to do now was to run. Even if this opportunity was very rare, Lin Yi should cut the weeds and root out the roots of Nan Tianyong and Wuxia. Otherwise, the next time he met these two people, it would be very difficult for him to have a whole hour to hold the Zhanqi bomb like this time. At that time he would have no strength to fight back at all. Chapter 38-35. Other than Nan Tianyong, who was fooled by him, there was also Wuxia, who was in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. Just now, Wuxia was quite a distance away from the two of them. Even if he was hit by the true Qi bomb, his injuries were far less serious than Lin Yi, who was at the center of the explosion. If Lin Yi dared to turn around, then there was no doubt that he would definitely die in Wuxia's hands. Lin Yi didn't dare to turn around. In reality, Wuxia had already pissed his pants. Due to the distance, Wuxia didn't suffer any serious injuries from the true Qi bomb. However, after seeing Nan Tianyong, who was a peak late-stage foundation establishment realm expert, get knocked down by Lin Yi in one move, he was truly afraid this time. If Lin Yi turned around at this time, he might not even dare to attack Lin Yi. Instead, he might turn around and run. Knocking down Nan Tianyong in one move was too fucking exaggerated. According to normal people's logic, if Nan Tianyong, a peak late-stage foundation establishment realm expert, couldn't withstand one move from him, then wouldn't Wuxia, a mere middle-stage foundation establishment realm expert, not even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth? It wasn't that Lin Yi didn't consider this possibility, but from the last exchange, he could see that Wuxia wasn't a simple character. If he wasn't scared away and was instead seen through, then it would really be a joke. Other than safety, Lin Yi's decision to turn around and leave had a deeper concern, and that was the impact of killing Nan Tianyong. Nan Tianyong's identity, other than being Wuxia's master and a peak late-stage foundation establishment realm expert, was also the supervising deacon of Soaring Sky Pavilion. This was a very sensitive matter. Once something happened, it would definitely attract the attention of the 3 pavilions and the enforcement hall. Last time, the guest experts of the Hong Chamber of Commerce didn't really make a move on him because of this concern. If Lin Yi used the true Qi bomb to directly kill him this time, then there was nothing much to say. He turned around and ran without hesitation. However, if he wanted to confirm whether Nan Tianyong was dead or alive, then it would be a stupid choice. Leaving aside the possibility of being killed by Wuxia, and even if Nan Tianyong didn't die, he could still be killed by Nan Tianyong. Even if he didn't consider these two risks, it wouldn't be a good thing even if he managed to kill Nan Tianyong. At that time, if the higher-ups of the 3 great pavilions and the law enforcement hall were alerted, they would send people everywhere to dig 3 feet into the ground. Then his identity as Lin Air might be exposed, and that would be troublesome. Under the shroud of dust, Wuxia's heart trembled for a long time, but he didn't see Lin Yi turn around. Only then did he relax a little. Then he slapped himself twice regretfully. With Yuja's intelligence, since he realized that Lin Yi didn't dare to come back, he could easily guess that Lin Yi wasn't in a good state right now. It was very likely that such a heaven-defying killing move could only be used once. Because in theory, if Nan Tianyong was blown to such a state, then Lin Er definitely wouldn't be any better. If he had directly chased after him, he would have had a very good chance of killing him. But now it was too late to say anything. Lin Yi had already disappeared without a trace. Even if Yuja wanted to chase, he didn't know which direction to go. He could only give up. Master! Master! How are you? After coming to his senses, other than slapping himself, the first thing Yuja did was confirm whether Nan Tianyong was dead or alive. He searched for a long time in the deep pit under his feet. Yuja finally found the dying Nan Tianyong in the center of the mud. Although he wasn't far from death, he was still an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage. Even if he was destroyed by a super true energy bomb at such a close distance, he was still able to hang on to his last breath. His life force was far beyond that of a normal person. TCH, he actually didn't die. Seeing this, Yuja couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Although Nan Tianyong was his master and his backer, in this kind of situation, he actually wanted Nan Tianyong to die. As long as Nan Tianyong died, this matter would definitely blow up. At that time, this Lin second who had come out of nowhere would definitely be unable to hide. At that time, as long as he grasped the right opportunity, he would still have a chance to take back the Star Inkstone. Apart from that, Nan Tianyong was an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Any item on him was a precious treasure that could only be chanced upon by luck. If Nan Tianyong became a corpse now, then all the treasures on him would belong to Yuja. Not only could he make a windfall, but he could also blow the matter up so that Lin Er would have nowhere to hide. At this moment, if he could kill his cheap master Nan Tianyong, it would be killing two birds with one stone for Yuja. Yuja narrowed his eyes, and killing intent flickered within them. In any case, this old fellow was already on the verge of death and wasn't far from death. Why not just send him on his way? Heaven, earth, monarch, and teacher. The teacher is like a father, killing the teacher is like killing the father. However, something like killing one's teacher, no matter where it was placed, and if it was discovered, one would definitely be spurned by the world. But what if it wasn't discovered? At this moment, there was no one around. Only Yuja and his dying master, Nan Tianyong. Even if he hardened his heart and killed his master, no one would know. What's more, he could very well push all the blame onto Lin Yi's head. After all, with such a super killing move that had never been seen before, even if it killed a peak late-stage Foundation establishment realm expert, people would still believe it if he said it. Moreover, if Yuja really said it like that, then perhaps even Lin Yi himself would believe it because he had no chance to confirm whether or not Nan Tianyong had already been killed by his super chi bomb. He would never have thought that in the end, Nan Tianyong would actually die at the hands of his own disciple. He slowly walked to Nan Tianyong's side. At this moment, Nan Tianyong's body was mostly buried in the mud, and his breath was already as weak as a normal person's. The thought of killing his master grew stronger and stronger in Yuja's mind. In the end, Yuja grimaced and secretly gritted his teeth. In front of benefits, he could even kill his own father, let alone a cheap master. Since you're already so heavily injured, rather than wasting resources by living, why not give all these resources to your disciple, me? Don't worry, your disciple will avenge you, master. Yuja's eyes carried a cold light, and at the tip of his finger, a ray of sword chi quietly condensed. Chapter 38-36. Being swept by Nan Tianyong's gaze, Yuja's heart couldn't help but tremble even though he knew that his cheap master was extremely weak. He quickly hid the sword chi behind his back. Even though Yuja often interacted with Nan Tianyong, he didn't know how strong a peak late-stage Foundation establishment realm expert was. In Yuja's eyes, it was still unknown whether or not Nan Tianyong still had the ability to kill in his dying state. Although the temptation of killing his master was very big, Yuja didn't dare to act rashly before confirming Nan Tianyong's true state. Master, how are you now? Are your injuries serious? Yuja hid the sword chi behind his back and pretended to be worried as he asked. After a long while, Nan Tianyong didn't speak. Or strictly speaking, he couldn't speak at all at this moment. It was already extremely difficult for him to maintain his last trace of weak breath. If he were to force himself to speak, he would probably die before he could catch his breath. The super chi bomb that Lin Yi had held back for a whole hour was after all not just for show. This kind of power was enough to pose a fatal threat to any peak late-stage Foundation Establishment realm expert. Moreover, Nan Tianyong was hit by Lin Yi's true chi bomb because he underestimated his opponent. He wasn't prepared at all and was even hit in the face by Lin Yi. With such a close distance and such a terrifying attack, Nan Tianyong was able to survive and still hang on to his last breath. This was already very impressive for him. If it was any other expert at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, they would have already become a corpse by now. They might not even have a whole corpse left. Seeing that Nan Tianyong couldn't speak at all, Wuxia felt a bit more at ease. He sneakily took out his sword chi. After all, killing one's master was too disgraceful. Even though Wuxia already had this plan, when the time came, he still couldn't help but tremble in panic. Che, what's there to be afraid of? One slash of the sword will bring at least 50 years of hard work. Wuxia secretly cheered himself on. He took a deep breath and prepared to behead his cheap master. However, at this moment from the direction of the market, there was a sudden sound of footsteps and noise. Wuxia was shocked and immediately reacted. These people should have been attracted by the huge movement just now. As expected, the sound of discussion got closer and closer. Look ahead. A few mountains have collapsed. This is nothing. Look at this deep pit. Fuck, what kind of expert is this? It can't be a Foundation Establishment Great Circle, right? There seems to be someone in front. This time Wuxia instantly panicked. If there was no one around, then he would kill his cheap master. As long as he pushed the blame onto Lin Yi, it would indeed be a win-win situation. However, in this current situation, if he dared to do that under the watchful eyes of so many people, he would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation once he was noticed by any observant person. Killing one's master. However, if even the slightest bit of information was leaked, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. At that time, not only would the three great pavilions want to kill him, if Nan Tianyong's relatives and friends wanted to kill him, even these onlookers would besiege him under the banner of justice. From then on, he, Wuxia, would be the public enemy of the world. There would be no place for him to hide. If he was so strong that he was invincible, then so be it. At most, his reputation would be ruined. However, Wuxia was only in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. If he was accused of killing his master, then without a doubt, his entire life would be ruined. There would be no chance for him to make a comeback. With such a temptation in front of him, killing Nan Tianyong would be worth 50 years of cultivation. He could also make a big deal out of this and use the three great pavilions to force Lin Yi into a corner. If he missed this chance, he would never have such a chance again in his next life. Wuxia was unwilling to give up just like that. Seeing that the onlookers were getting closer and closer, Wuxia gritted his teeth and decisively dug Nan Tianyong out from the ground and carried him on his back. Without another word, he turned and ran. Someone's running! A onlooker with good eyesight shouted, causing a commotion. However, they had no idea what was going on. Even if there were people who wanted to take advantage of the situation, they didn't dare to chase after him. The commotion just now was far too exaggerated. Conservatively speaking, it would take at least an expert at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm to be able to create such a huge commotion. Even if the two sides were to fight to the death, it was still not something that the people present could deal with. To be able to fight against a peak Foundation Establishment realm expert, even if the opponent was heavily injured, one would need to be at least at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. Only then would they have the confidence to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, it was very likely that they wouldn't get any benefits and would instead lose their lives. However, peak Foundation Establishment realm experts weren't common people on the streets, at least not in the outer streets of the city. Because of the huge commotion just now, although there were many onlookers who were attracted over, none of them had such strength. As for the others, they didn't have this strength, so they naturally didn't have the guts to act rashly. In the cultivation world, although the weak were prey to the strong, and it wasn't strange for people to take advantage of the situation, the prerequisite was that they had the strength to do so. It was also because of this that Yu Zhe was able to smoothly take Nan Tianyong away. Otherwise, with his mid-foundation establishment realm strength and his injuries, it would be very difficult for him to escape unscathed in front of so many onlookers. Carrying the dying Nan Tianyong on his back, Yu Zhe didn't run too far. He came to a secluded corner and immediately stopped. Taking a deep breath, the killing intent in Yu Zhe's eyes was even more resolute than before. The reason why Yu Zhe brought Nan Tianyong to this secluded place wasn't because he gave up on the idea of killing his master. On the contrary, the only reason he did this was to get rid of the onlookers and not let them ruin his plans. Because Nan Tianyong and Yu Zhe often appeared in the city these days, even these onlookers could easily recognize them. Therefore, Yu Zhe didn't even think that he wouldn't be recognized. Once he was recognized, it would be very easy for him to leave a hidden danger if he wanted to do anything. No matter how covert his action of killing Nan Tianyong was, it was still very risky. Therefore, Yu Zhe carried Nan Tianyong away in front of so many people not to hide his identity. At this time he only wanted to hide one thing, and that was Nan Tianyong's life and death. Chapter 38-37. As long as no one could see whether Nan Tianyong was dead or alive, then when they ran to a secluded place with no one around, even if Nan Tianyong really killed his cheap master, he could push the blame onto Lin Yi without leaving any flaws. Everything that happened just now was exactly as Yu Zhe expected. The onlookers didn't have the guts to chase after them, and with their distance, they had no way of confirming whether Nan Tianyong was dead or alive. They would only think that Yu Zhe was afraid that someone would take advantage of the situation, so out of caution, he carried Nan Tianyong away. Everything was within Yu Zhe's control. Then no one will disturb us now. Are you ready to be on your way, my master? The sinister smile on Yu Zhe's face sent chills down people's spines. Nan Tianyong, who was originally on the verge of death and couldn't sense what was going on outside, suddenly seemed to realize something and opened his eyes. Then Nan Tianyong grabbed Yu Zhe's ankle without any warning and said weakly, "Go on our way?" "On what way?" Being grabbed by Nan Tianyong like this, Yu Zhe instantly broke out in a cold sweat and had goosebumps all over his body. Even someone as scheming as him couldn't help but feel his mind go blank at this moment. Nan Tianyong was a true peak late-stage foundation establishment realm master. Even if he was on the verge of death, if he had a final burst of energy and used a killing move, then Yu Zhe, a middle-stage foundation establishment realm master, wouldn't be able to handle it. However, after waiting nervously for a moment, he realized that Nan Tianyong didn't make any follow-up movements. After carefully looking at his pale face, Yu Zhe's hanging heart finally fell to the ground. Although he still had some misgivings in his heart, at this moment, the arrow on the bow had to be fired. After all, he had already said what he wanted to say, and it was already too late to turn back. Even if Nan Tianyong was currently in a state of near death, he might not be able to clearly hear what Yu Zhe said just now, and even if he heard it now, he might not be able to remember it afterwards. However, Yu Zhe didn't dare to take this risk. It was true that Nan Tianyong's brain was simple, but as a peak late-stage foundation establishment realm master, could it be that he was an incurable idiot? What if this guy had already completely understood his plan and was just trying to confuse him? What if he was deliberately acting and preparing to settle the score later? Even if the possibility wasn't high, if it really became a reality, then he would be better off dead. Whatever. Whether it's a meteoric rise or a failure at the last step, I have to take this gamble. After realizing this, killing intent condensed in Yu Zhe's eyes. He no longer cared if Nan Tianyong had a final burst of energy before death. A sword chi from his fingertip pierced towards Nan Tianyong's chest. "You!" Nan Tianyong only had time to say half a word. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he used the last bit of his strength to resist. Unfortunately, even an expert at the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment realm like him could no longer move after being hit in the face by Lin Yi's super true chi bomb. After all, he was able to hang on to his last breath. This in itself was already a rare miracle. Poochie! Accompanied by the muffled sound of flesh being cut, the sword chi at Yu Zhe's fingertip directly stabbed into Nan Tianyong's heart, and then twisted 360 degrees, viciously twisting. Nan Tianyong's body suddenly trembled. The hand that was grabbing onto Yu Zhe's ankle tightly clenched, as if he had used up the last of his strength. Unfortunately, a great expert at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm didn't have any strength to fight back at this time. Forget about the final burst of energy before death. Even heavily injuring Wuxia was unrealistic. At most, he would leave a green mark on Wuxia's ankle, which was of no use at all. You won't have a good death. Someone will avenge me. Before he finished speaking, Nan Tianyong's neck crooked, and he actually died. See? Someone will avenge you? Wuxia spent a lot of effort to pry off Nan Tianyong's hand that was grabbing onto his ankle. He sneered and said, "There is indeed someone who will avenge you. The three heroes of the Nan family are not just for show. However, the person who killed you is called Lin Er, right?" There was no one around and no one saw that it was him, Wuxia, who did it. Moreover, the wound caused by his sword chi was no different from the wound caused by Lin Yi's true energy bomb. It was completely possible to push the blame onto Lin Yi, and it would be difficult for others to see any flaws. Pausing for a moment, Wuxia saw that although Nan Tianyong was already dead, his pair of eyes were still staring at him. He couldn't help but secretly curse at his bad luck. Humph! Die with grievances. Wuxia curled his lips in ridicule. My cheap master, you don't have to die with grievances. Your disciple, I will personally ask your two brothers to avenge you. But before that, your disciple will reluctantly take over the treasures on your body. Finished speaking, Wuxia's eyes suddenly revealed a look of greed. And then he bent down and searched Nan Tianyong from head to toe. Once was not enough, he even searched 2 or 3 times, until everything on his body was clean. Only then did he finally stop. A man can't be rich without a windfall, and a horse can't be fat without grass at night. This saying is indeed true. Looking at the various treasures on Nan Tianyong's body, even with Wuxia's shrewdness, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Just how deep was his foundation? To a mere expert at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm like Wuxia, this was more than equivalent to 50 years of bitter cultivation. Even 100 years might not be enough. His heart was bursting with joy. After putting away the treasures in front of him, Wuxia once again carried Nan Tianyong's corpse on his back, deliberately pretending to be in grief, and turned around to return to the soaring sky pavilion. Carrying Nan Tianyong's corpse back, he would first make the matter as big as possible, and then he would ask Nan Tianyong's 2 brothers to avenge him. At that time, he didn't have to worry about not alarming the 3 great pavilions and the law enforcement hall, and that Lin Er wouldn't be able to roam freely outside. Wuxia's plan could be said to be shrewd. However, even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that after he left with Nan Tianyong's corpse on his back, a familiar figure would walk out from the bushes. This figure was none other than Lin Yi, who had used all his strength to escape after throwing out the super true energy bomb. You even dare to kill your own master, and you still want to push the crime onto my head. The soaring sky pavilion has really raised a monster. Lin Yi laughed and shook his head. Even though he had killed his way up from the mortal world and made countless enemies, he had never seen such a sinister person. Chapter 38:38. Lin Yi had already made up his mind to leave the scene as soon as possible. After all, he had suffered serious injuries from the super vital energy bomb, and the vital energy in his body had been exhausted because he had used too much vital energy jet before. No matter how he thought about it, it was better for Lin Yi to leave as soon as possible. After all, there was an old saying that of the 36 stratagems, it was best to leave. But there was also an old saying that it was dark under the light. The more dangerous the place was, the safer it was. It was a rare opportunity to deal with Nan Tianyong and Wuxia. Lin Yi was not willing to let it go. Even if he was not in a good state, he could still observe the situation and wait for an opportunity. So Lin Yi turned back halfway and saw Wuxia's every move from afar. He just followed from afar and did not show himself. Heh, you want to frame me with this? Isn't this scheme a little too clever? Lin Yi smiled coldly and shook his head. At this moment he was holding a phone from the secular world, and this phone had recorded the entire scene of Wuxia killing his master. It was difficult for high-tech products from the secular world to be brought to Heaven Island. Even if they could be brought up through the teleportation array, they would inevitably be destroyed by the pressure. Especially something as sophisticated as a phone, it was impossible to use normally. But Lin Yi had a cheat like the space in the jade pendant. It was difficult for other people to bring up high-tech products intact, but it was not a problem for Lin Yi. Of course, things like a phone were almost useless to cultivators, especially in a place like Heaven Island. It was useless without a signal. Lin Yi did not intend to bring it up, but he had long been used to putting everything on him in the space in the jade pendant. This time he brought the phone up. It was purely a convenience. Not only the phone, but even the charger was stored in the space in the jade pendant. Back in the secular world, it was to keep in touch with the girls and his underlings at all times. He had specially asked someone to configure a solar power bank. Ever since he came to Heaven Island, although the mobile phone had lost its call function, it was still a habit of modern urbanites. There were photos of all the women stored in it. Lin Yi would often charge it and flip through it to take a look. Even though he couldn't meet them for the time being, and many of them were still unconscious. But when he had nothing to do, he would look at these photos to remind himself of the person. It was also a form of motivation for him to improve his strength. Lin Yi didn't expect this habit to come in handy at a time like this. He was able to secretly record the scene of Wuxia killing Nan Tianyong. Lin Yi was surprised by such a huge harvest. With such a video in their hands, it was equivalent to holding on to Wuxia's fatal weakness. Even if this guy really made a big deal out of it, Wuxia wouldn't be able to escape. In the future, in front of Lin Yi, he would not be able to cause any more trouble. If Lin Yi really wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't even need to make a move. All he had to do was show the video. Nan Tianyong's two brothers would definitely take the initiative to do it for him. The name of the three heroes of the Nan family had spread throughout the three pavilions. Nan Tianyong was ranked last, and his strength was also the weakest. However, he was already an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He was in charge of the important position of Soaring Pavilion's supervising deacon. As for his two brothers, it could be imagined that they were even more unfathomable. With the strength and status of these two people, if they really let them know that Wuxia, their disciple, had personally killed Nan Tianyong, then even if Wuxia fled to the ends of the earth, he wouldn't be able to escape from their pursuit. Although cultivators are powerful, ordinary people in the secular world aren't completely useless. High-tech things really can't be underestimated. Lin Yi smiled. When the time comes, this matter would really be exposed. Wuxia, this guy, would never have thought that he would fall in the hands of ordinary people's high-tech. However, Lin Yi didn't intend to release this video so easily. Although he and Wuxia wouldn't rest until one of them was dead, and if he released it like this, he would definitely be able to kill Wuxia. However, this would also easily expose his own identity, and even the secret of the space in the jade pendant. After all, ordinary people would directly associate something like a cell phone with the secular world, and the people who had the deepest relationship with the secular world could only be Lin Yi and the other newcomers who had been teleported up from the secular world. It should be known that the last time a newcomer from the secular world was teleported up was already 1,000 years ago. At that time there was no such thing as a cell phone at all. Looking at the entire northern island of the Heaven Stage Island, the only people who might have a cell phone on them were Lin Yi and the others. Lin Yi's identity would be easily exposed if someone came to investigate, and Wuxia would be able to guess that he was Lin Air. Not only would the secret of the star inkstone be exposed, but the fact that he'd brought the phone up undamaged would also cause people to investigate him. Lin Yi wouldn't be able to stop them even if he wanted to. Putting the cell phone back into the space in the jade pendant, Lin Yi smiled faintly, then turned around and returned to the welcome pavilion. Before waiting for a suitable opportunity, he would temporarily let Wuxia jump around. The higher he jumped, the harder he would fall. Returning to the welcome pavilion, the only thing Lin Yi had to do next was to continue nurturing the two awakened heart-devouring exquisite grass seeds in the space in the jade pendant until they finally matured. Only then could they be used to refine the foundation building pill. Once he successfully refined the foundation building pill for Lin Yi, it also meant that he was not far from the middle stage of the foundation building realm. Apart from that, the newcomer challenge was in full swing. In the eyes of other newcomers, it was an important life event that determined their future. But for Lin Yi, it was almost completely a side event. Apart from the points that Cha Wu had given him at the beginning, no one dared to challenge him afterward. Looking at all the newcomers in the Blue Cloud Pavilion, the only one who could have an impact on him was Meng Tong. Although he had previously deduced that young Master Su and Meng Jueguang would not give up so easily, It was a fact that Meng Tong had not shown his strength for a long time. With Lin Yi's golden finger, as long as there was the slightest change in Meng Tong's strength, he would be able to detect it immediately. In reality, Meng Tong's strength did not change at all. Even after he recovered from his injuries, he did not challenge Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai again. Instead, he just followed behind them and took advantage of the situation. His cowardly behavior was completely different from Meng Tong's previous behavior. All the newcomers were discussing it, and the rumor had even developed into Lin Yi's group, dominating the situation. Meng Jueguang, the big senior brother, was helpless. As for Meng Tong, naturally he could only admit defeat. Chapter 38-39. Lin Yi and the others, on the other hand, felt a strange pressure from this silence. The longer the opponent held back, the fiercer the backlash would be. However, the opponent did not move. Due to the ranking of the cave dwelling, Lin Yi and the others could not take the initiative to cause trouble for Meng Tong. They could only wait. That being said, no matter how fast Meng Tong improved, with Lin Yi's strength, there was no need to take him seriously. While Lin Yi was wholeheartedly cultivating the heart-devouring exquisite grass, as expected, after Wuxia carried Nan Tianyong's corpse back, the entire Soaring Sky Pavilion was in an uproar. After all, Nan Tianyong was not an ordinary person. He was the supervising deacon of the Soaring Sky Pavilion. Such a key person was killed in the territory of the three great pavilions. This was simply a provocation to the Soaring Sky Pavilion. It was impossible not to cause a commotion. Before the upper echelons of the Soaring Sky Pavilion could react, Wuxia had already found one of Nan Tianyong's two elder brothers, the second brother, Southern Sky Gate. According to Wuxia's plan, he originally wanted to invite Nan Tianyong's two elder brothers, who were also his two martial uncles. Unfortunately, the eldest of the three Nan family heroes, Nan Tianba, was on a mission in the Outer Islands. Now, only the second brother, Southern Sky Gate, was left on the northern island of the Heaven Stage Island. However, even if it was only Southern Sky Gate, with his strength and position that was above Nan Tianyong's, it was more than enough for him to cause a commotion. One had to know that Southern Sky Gate's strength was even higher than Nan Tianyong's. However, to Wuxia's surprise, after seeing Nan Tianyong's corpse, Southern Sky Gate, the second brother of the same mother, did not have any expression of grief. Instead, he had a cold smile on his face. Third brother, this guy is stupid and has a bad temper. Furthermore, his strength is so weak. When the eldest brother pushed this trash into the position of supervising deacon, I already knew that something bad would happen. As expected. Southern Sky Gate's face was filled with ruthless ridicule. There was not the slightest bit of brotherhood between them. Wuxia was instantly stunned. He was originally a little worried that the other party would investigate too much and find traces of his sword qi on Nan Tianyong's corpse. Although the sword qi wound on his chest was very similar to the other wounds caused by Zhan Qi, if someone really compared it carefully, they would still be able to find something fishy. But now, Wuxia realized that he had been worrying in the wrong direction. With the South Heaven Gate's attitude, it was impossible for them to care about how their chief master, Nan Tianyong, had died. Why did this useless third brother only die now? On the other hand, what Wuxia needed to worry about the most was whether his second brother, the Southern Sky Gate, would stand up for his chief master. If the Southern Heavenly Gate did not do anything about Nan Tianyong's death, then it would be difficult for Wuxia to make use of this opportunity to blow the matter up. The Southern Heavenly Gate was Nan Tianyong's older brother. If even a close relative like him did not stand up and say anything, then even if the upper echelons of the Soaring Sky Pavilion were forced to intervene, they would not pay much attention to this matter. In this way, Wuxia wanted to use Nan Tianyong's death to alarm the three great pavilions and the law enforcement hall. Thus, it would be a little unrealistic to force out Lin Yi's purpose in the end. Just when Wuxia was racking his brains, not knowing how to persuade the other party to stand up for his chief master, the Southern Heavenly Gate took the initiative to speak. However, although I don't like the useless third brother, no matter what, he is still a member of our Nan family's three heroes. If we let him be killed like this, the three heroes of the Nan family's face will be completely lost. Moreover, when boss comes back in the future, I won't be able to explain it to him. The Southern Heavenly Gate shook his head impatiently. After pondering for a moment, the Southern Heavenly Gate reluctantly stood up from the armchair. Forget it, no matter what, we are brothers. I'll have to work a little harder and go with you. Martial nephew, who did you say killed this piece of trash? Hearing this, Wuxia was stunned, then hurriedly replied. It was a rogue cultivator called Lin Air. Rogue cultivator? The Southern Heavenly Gate glanced at Wuxia, and couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Although this third brother of mine is a bit of trash, he is still a member of our Nan family's 3 heroes, and his strength has barely reached the peak of the Foundation establishment late stage. How could he be killed by a mere rogue cultivator? Looking at the 5 great islands of Heaven stage, although there were many grassroots rogue cultivators, because of the lack of cultivation resources, they were generally the weakest at the bottom. There were very few experts, especially experts at the peak of the Foundation establishment late stage, which could be counted on one's fingers. Nan Tianyong was actually killed by a mere rogue cultivator in the territory of the 3 great pavilions. The possibility of this happening was almost zero. To kill an expert at the peak of the Foundation establishment late stage and not even give him a chance to escape, this person's strength had to be at least at the peak of the Foundation establishment late stage. How could it be easy to find such an expert among the rogue cultivators? Wuxia hurriedly nodded. Martial uncle, I also feel that it is very unbelievable that Lin Air was able to kill Master. However, he is indeed a rogue cultivator who appeared out of nowhere, and on the surface, his strength is only at the peak of the Foundation establishment early stage. Peak of the Foundation establishment early stage? When the Southern Heavenly Gate heard this, he directly spat out a mouthful of tea in Wuxia's face. He glared at him with a pair of triangular eyes and said with ill intentions, Are you fucking lying to me? Are you tired of living? Normally, even if it was an expert of the same level, because of the natural disadvantage of cultivation resources, a grassroots rogue cultivator would often not be a match for a sect cultivator like the 3 great pavilions. In other words, even if the opponent was an expert at the peak of the Foundation establishment late stage, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Nan Tianyong, let alone a peak of the Foundation establishment early stage. Even if the opponent really had the strength to challenge someone of a higher level, he would at most be able to surpass 1 level. Although it was still very rare for a late-stage Foundation establishment late-stage expert to counterattack and kill a peak late-stage Foundation establishment late-stage expert, it was not completely unacceptable. If a mere rogue cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment early stage was able to kill a peak late-stage Foundation establishment late-stage expert like Nan Tianyong, no one would believe such nonsense, not even a ghost. It was normal for the Southern Heavenly Gate to have such a reaction. Wuxia had already expected this, so he could only smile bitterly as he wiped the tea off his face and hurriedly explained, Martial uncle, don't be agitated. I also don't believe that this Lin Air is only at the peak of the Foundation establishment early stage. It's just that this person might have hidden his strength, and with my eyesight, I can't see through his strength. Chapter 3840. The cultivation world never lacked methods to hide one's strength. Some were very simple, and could be easily seen through with a little bit of attention. However, there were also some that could be hidden very well and could be said to be impeccable. If a high-level cultivator purposely hid his strength, it wouldn't be difficult for someone stronger than him to see through him. However, if someone weaker than him, it would be very difficult. According to the Southern Sky Gate's judgment, if the opponent was able to kill Nan Tianyong, then the opponent should at least have the strength of the late stage of the foundational level or even higher. With Wuxia's mid-stage foundational level strength, it was normal for him to not be able to see through the opponent's disguise. Sherba is wise. However, in this disciple's opinion, that brat's strength cannot compare to Master's. It was just that he exploded a great killing weapon, and Master was caught off guard. That was why he killed her in 1 move. Otherwise, that guy would be far from being Master's match. Wuxia analyzed with a sorrowful expression. He had no idea what Lin Yi's true strength was. However, from the first time they fought, even if Lin Yi was stronger than him, it wasn't by much. This time, the reason why his cheap master Nan Tianyong was tricked was because he underestimated his opponent. He didn't even use any martial skills, and was directly thrown in the face by the killer weapon. That's why he died in 1 move. Of course, Nan Tianyong didn't need to die. However, with such a cruel and unscrupulous disciple like Wuxia, it was hard for him to not die. Killer weapon? The Southern Sky Gate's expression changed slightly, and he said with interest, Martial nephew, why don't you tell me in detail? What kind of killer weapon was it to be able to kill third brother in one move? The martial world was dangerous, and the cultivation world was a place where the weak were prey to the strong. Any cultivator with a bit of strength would have their own trump card. However, some were useful while others were not. Some were ordinary, while others were heaven-defying. Regardless, since it could be used as a trump card, then compared to normal martial skills there must be something special about it. As for the Southern Sky Gate, he was always interested in other people's trump cards. It wasn't because he was very curious, but because the cultivation technique he cultivated was very special. It was called the Lesser Formless Technique. In the cultivation world of Heaven Stage Island, there were 5 cultivation techniques that were widely known due to their powerful and heaven-defying effects. Moreover, they were highly respected, and almost all cultivators flocked to them. History had proven countless times that anyone who could obtain any one of them would have a high chance of ascending to the top in the future. These 5 techniques were collectively known as the 5 Great Divine Techniques. Among the 5 Great Divine Arts, there was a cultivation method called the non-phase divine art. According to legend, as long as one had this divine art, then using any martial skill would be a piece of cake. Even if he had never focused on cultivating, he would be able to imitate it with just a little experience, and its power would not be inferior to that of the original. This formless divine art, apart from being able to imitate anyone's martial technique, furthermore, it had an even more heaven-defying effect, which was that it could slowly merge the essence of the various martial skills that it had imitated. It became a brand new non-phase divine skill. In other words, this non-phase divine skill was a collection of the essence of 100 schools of thought. In theory, it was a super powerful martial skill that could continuously evolve and become stronger. This heaven-defying effect alone was enough to instantly defeat any martial skill. In the entire 5 Great Divine Islands, the number of cultivators who had the talent and the opportunity to cultivate the non-phase divine art could be counted on one hand. However, the minor non-phase divine art that the Southern Heaven Gate cultivated was not the original non-phase divine art. It was a simplified version that had been modified by an expert. Its effect was not as heaven-defying as the original non-phase divine art, but it still had the same effect, just that it was greatly weakened. The minor non-phase divine art could not fully replicate other martial skills. Even if it did, its power would be slightly weaker than the original version. Furthermore, unlike the original version, the minor non-phase divine art was not able to perfectly merge the essences of various martial skills and improve them infinitely. There were many limitations. That being said, the minor non-phase divine art was still an incredible art that far surpassed ordinary martial skills. There were not many people who had the opportunity to cultivate the minor non-phase divine art. The reason why the Southern Heaven Gate was able to acquire the minor non-phase divine art was not only because he was fortunate enough, but also because the 3 heroes of the Nan clan had a strong backer on the Middle Island. Chapter 3841. Next, not only did he want to steal the Star Ink Stone from Lin Yi, he also wanted to become Southern Sky Gate's disciple and obtain the minor phaseless technique. With these 2 things to rely on, he would have the chance to become the strongest Golden Core expert in the future. Wuxia was not willing to be an ordinary nobody. Think about it, he even dared to do something like killing his own master, something that angered even the gods. What could stop him in the future? That being said, the difficulty of obtaining the minor phaseless magic from the South Heaven Gate was even higher than retrieving the Star Inkstone from Lin Air, who had appeared out of nowhere. Unlike the simple-minded Nan Tianyong, the second brother of the 3 heroes of the Nan clan, Nan Tianmen was extremely shrewd. Furthermore, from his reaction towards Nan Tianyong's death, it was obvious that he was a cold-hearted person. In fact, he could even be described as ruthless. No matter how bad his relationship with Nan Tianyong was, they were still brothers from the same mother. However, not only did he not feel the slightest bit sad about Nan Tianyong's death, he even seemed to be taking pleasure in Nan Tianyong's misfortune. If it wasn't for the face of the Nan clan's 3 heroes, he wouldn't even have asked about it. With such a temperament, Wuxia, who had killed his own master, could be said to be jackals of the same tribe. To numb such a troublesome person and obtain the minor phaseless technique from him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, a technique like the minor phaseless technique was too rare. No matter how difficult it was, as long as there was a small chance, Wuxia would not give up easily. This was similar to the star ink stone, a technique that could change one's fate. However, its effect might not be as heaven-defying as the star ink stone. Wuxia knew that to obtain the minor phaseless technique, he had to first make Southern Sky Gate accept him as a disciple. If he wanted Southern Sky Gate to accept him as a disciple, then he had to curry favor with Southern Sky Gate and gain his recognition. Hearing Southern Sky Gate's question, Wuxia was silent for a moment. Only then did he reply, reporting to Martial Uncle, although I was present when Master was killed, because I was quite far away, and because Lin Air's attack was extremely sinister and covert, I didn't see it too clearly. I only know that the move seemed to have condensed an unimaginable amount of qi, and the power of the explosion in an instant even caused the surrounding mountains to collapse, leaving behind a huge crater. The scene was extremely shocking. Really? The Southern Heavenly Gate couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard this. In recent years, the three great pavilions have sent a lot of people to set up layers of protective arrays in every territory, especially in a place like the market, where all kinds of people are mixed together. In order to prevent cultivators from fighting and destroying the surroundings, they have specially arranged several layers of protective arrays. It is impossible for an ordinary person to destroy the surrounding mountains. Although the Foundation establishment stage could only be regarded as a beginner on the Heavenly Stage Island, it was still a heaven-defying cultivator who seized the fortune of heaven and earth. If they really had to use their full strength, they would not be able to do so. Even a random early-stage Foundation establishment expert could easily destroy a mountain range. There were so many experts on Heaven Stage Island, and there were all kinds of conflicts happening all the time. If there were no corresponding protective measures, the island would be destroyed. The 5 Heaven Islands had already been smashed to pieces, so how could they have been passed down for millions of years? The reason why the 5 Heaven-ranked islands were able to remain standing was due to the various sections. It was they who set up layers of protective arrays everywhere on Heaven Stage Island to offset the damage caused by the battle between cultivators, which allowed Heaven Stage Island to continue to exist until today. Take the protective arrays set up around the market by the 3 great pavilions as an example. Due to the gathering of people in the market, almost all the cultivators on the North Island were gathered here, not just the disciples of the 3 great pavilions. All kinds of conflicts were unavoidable every day. If it wasn't for special measures, this place would have been destroyed long ago. The protective arrays around the market had always been the tightest, and the defensive power had always been the strongest. Even a full blow from an early-stage Foundation establishment stage expert would not be able to leave any marks around it. What kind of power was needed to destroy all the mountains around the market with a single move? Even an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm might not be able to do this. That's true, and according to Disciple's observation, that Lin Air himself doesn't seem to be able to control such a powerful killer move. He can only throw it out and he can't maximize the lethality at all. Wuxia pondered for a moment. Logically speaking, since the power of Lin Yi's killer move was so terrifying that it could overwhelm the protective arrays and destroy all the surrounding mountains, it should be easy to kill Nan Tianyong, a peak late-stage Foundation establishment stage expert with such great power. However, although Nan Tianyong was caught off guard and was seriously injured, he did not die on the spot. If Wuxia hadn't killed him out of greed, Nan Tianyong would have been alive and kicking at this moment. Wuxia's speculation could be said to be reasonable, and it was indeed as he had speculated. Lin Yi couldn't completely control the true energy bomb, especially the super true energy bomb that he had been holding for an entire hour. Hearing Wuxia's words, the smile on Southern Sky Gate's face couldn't help but deepen. Interesting. Using a killer move that he can't even completely control, he was able to jump levels and kill number 3. I am more and more interested in this Lin Air you mentioned. Wuxia secretly smiled. It was good that he was interested. Otherwise, if this guy wasn't interested at all, how would he dig out this Lin Air for him? As expected, Southern Sky Gate immediately took the initiative to ask. Since that Lin Air is a loose cultivator, then Martial Nephew, do you know how to find him? Grassroot loose cultivators were not like the disciples of the 3 great pavilions. They rarely had a unique cultivation cave and often didn't have a fixed place to live. Unless one was especially familiar with them, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find them. Reporting to Martial Uncle, Disciple has been looking for him these days. I've been thinking of various ways, but I still haven't been able to dig him out. The reason why I was able to meet him in the market was purely by accident. Wuxia replied respectfully. This is a bit troublesome. Southern Skygate couldn't help but frown. Even if the opponent had a killer move that could instantly kill Nan Tianyong, if he personally made a move it wouldn't be a problem. However, how to find the opponent as soon as possible? This was the biggest problem. Chapter 3842. Even if it was only due to the pressure of public opinion, the higher-ups of the Soaring Pavilion would definitely take action. At that time, the experts of the Law Enforcement Hall would inevitably be involved. Not to mention the fact that everyone knew about the three heroes of the Nan clan. Once Nan Tianyong died, the other two heroes would definitely seek revenge. With so many people watching him, unless there was something wrong with Lin Air's brain, there was no way he would continue to swagger around the market. If he didn't take the initiative to show himself, it would be easier said than done. Seeing this, Wuxia carefully suggested, "Martial uncle, although this disciple doesn't know this Lin Second's exact background, according to what this disciple knows, he seems to be acquainted with the manager of the Hong merchant group in the inner street, Hong Zhong. We should be able to find out some useful information from him." "Oh, Martial nephew, are you sure? This loose cultivator actually knows the shopkeeper of the Hong Clan Merchant Association? That's not simple." Southern Skygate was slightly stunned. Unlike King Nanshinyong, who had been in seclusion for the past few years, Southern Skygate was very clear about the weight of the Hong Clan Merchant Association. It was truly a colossus. Even if he was only the shopkeeper of the North Island branch, he would still be an incredible figure. For a mere loose cultivator like Lin Air to be acquainted with the shopkeeper of the Hong Clan Merchant Association, in the eyes of a knowledgeable person like Southern Skygate, this news was even more shocking than him instantly killing Nan Tianyong. Wuxia nodded in confirmation. Although I don't know how close these two are, according to my speculation, Hong Zhong seems to have given Lin Air a Spirit Jade card recently. This conjecture was purely the conclusion that Wuxia came up with after much thought. Even though it was a little groundless, this person's brain was good and he really guessed the whole story. The basis of his speculation was the 3 times he and Lin Yi met in the inner street. The first time, the two of them took advantage of the opening day of the inner street and saw the star inkstone at the Hong Clan Merchant Association. The second time, the two of them met again on the opening day of the inner street a month later. At the same time, they rushed to the Hong Clan Merchant Association to compete for the star inkstone. From this, it could be seen that Lin Yi definitely didn't have a Spirit Jade card on him, nor did he have the right to freely enter and exit the inner street. He would definitely buy the star inkstone before this happened. The third time, it was not the opening day of the inner street. Wuxia was able to enter the inner street completely because of the Spirit Jade card in the hands of his cheapskate master, Nan Tianyong. However, what surprised him the most was that he actually met Lin Yi for the third time at the Hong Merchant Association. When the inner street was not open to the public, there were only 2 types of people who could freely enter and exit the inner street. One was the disciples of the 3 great pavilions whose status and strength were recognized by the market, and the other was the VIP who held the Spirit Jade card. Wuxia had been buried in the library for the past 3 years. However, he knew all the famous people in the 3 great pavilions like the back of his hand. At the very least, he had never seen Lin Air's face before. Otherwise, with his photographic memory, he would have recognized him the first time he saw him. Since it was not the first one, the only possibility left was the second one. This Lin Air didn't have a Spirit Jade card, but for some reason, after buying the star inkstone from the Hong Clan Chamber of Commerce, he suddenly had one. So naturally, Wuxia had this conjecture. Hong Zhong gave Lin Air a Spirit Jade card. Although this matter was a little unimaginable, he knew that Lin Air had something like the Foundation Establishment barrier-breaking pill in his hands. Businessmen always liked rare goods, so it was not difficult to understand why Hong Zhong gave Lin Air a Spirit Jade card because he thought highly of him. Spirit Jade card? Interesting. Even someone at the level of number 3 doesn't have the right to receive a Spirit Jade card. If I remember correctly, this guy went to find boss to borrow his Spirit Jade card a few days ago? Southern Skygate asked with a cold laugh. That's right, the Spirit Jade card can bring another person into the inner street. Without this Spirit Jade card, we wouldn't have met Lin Air this time. Wuxia nodded. A piece of trash who can't even get a spirit jade card. If he lives, he will only bring shame to our Nan clan. Oh right, Marshal nephew, did you find eldest brother's spirit jade card on his body? If boss comes back and finds out that his spirit jade card is gone, he will go crazy. Southern Skygate frowned. On the 5 Great Islands of Heaven stage, the spirit jade card was the best proof of a person's status. Even the strongest person would value it. Even the boss of the Nan clan's 3 heroes was no exception. Hearing this, Yuja's heart tightened. The spirit jade card that Nan Tianyong borrowed from boss was now in his hands, along with the other treasures that were gathered from Nan Tianyong's body. Although he knew that without the owner's chi, even if he had the spirit jade card in his hands, he wouldn't be able to use a single bit of it. This was because to use the spirit jade card, one had to input chi and pass through the joint formation of the merchant guild. But Yuja couldn't resist the temptation. The owner of this spirit jade card was the boss of the Nan clan's 3 heroes. The number of spirit jades on it was enough to dazzle any cultivator. Yuja was no exception. It was rumored that as long as he could find the cooperation of a top merchant guild or someone from the merchant guild, even if it was someone else's spirit jade card, there was a way to extract all the spirit jades from it. Therefore, even though he knew that it was dangerous to keep this spirit jade card, Yuja still couldn't bear to throw it away. The spirit jades in this spirit jade card were enough to surpass the value of all the treasures he found on Nan Tianyong's body. This was something he could rely on in the future. How could he throw it away? Reporting to Martial Uncle, Lin Air's killing move was too shocking. Many things on Master's body were lost. After that, it attracted a lot of onlookers from the nearby market. I couldn't care too much and could only steal Master's body. As for Martial Uncle's spirit jade card, I don't know who picked it up in the chaos. Although Yuja was panicking, he didn't show it on his face and replied calmly. There were truths and lies in his words. Even a smart person like Southern Skygate wouldn't be able to determine the truth in such a short amount of time, unless he suspected Yuja from the beginning and directly searched his body or his cave. Unfortunately, although Southern Skygate didn't have a good relationship with Nan Tianyong, he still admired Nan Tianyong's disciple, Yuja. Chapter 3843. Now that Nan Tianyong had turned into a corpse, Yuja had lost his only support. With his intelligence, he definitely knew what to do in order to survive in the Soaring Sky Pavilion. What the Southern Skygate needed to do was simple. They needed to test if Yuja was loyal enough, then decide if they wanted to take him in. If that's the case, then Marshal nephew, get someone to put up a notice in the market. As for whether or not we can get it back, we'll let the boss worry about it when he comes back. The Southern Skygate didn't care too much about it. After all, even if they tried their best to get it back, it wouldn't do them any good. They were just mentioning it out of convenience. Yes, disciple understands. Yuja nodded immediately. The Southern Skygate's words were exactly what he wanted. Otherwise, if the other party really wanted to find the spiritual jade card, it would be a huge problem. The Southern Skygate paused for a moment, then said, "Then we'll take care of the spiritual jade card." As for Lin Air, since Marshal nephew is sure that he is related to Hong Zhong, it seems like I'll have to pay a visit to the Hong Merchant Guild. Although the Southern Skygate didn't care about Nan Tianyong's humiliation at the Hong Merchant Guild, as one of the 3 heroes of the Nan clan, the news would naturally reach his ears through the mouths of the surrounding flatterers. The Southern Skygate's attitude towards this was completely disdainful. As for the third brother, Nan Tianyong, he was even more of an idiot in his eyes. A mere peak late-stage foundation establishment cultivator dared to provoke the Hong Merchant Guild. If that was an idiot, then what was? Not to mention Nan Tianyong, even the Southern Skygate, whose strength and status were above him, didn't dare to underestimate the enormous Hong Merchant Guild. Nan Tianyong used his strength and status to force the Hong Merchant Guild? What a joke. Saying that he was ignorant was already praising him. He really had a hole in his brain. The Southern Skygate was well aware of the enormous power of the Hong Merchant Guild, and was extremely afraid of it. However, it wasn't to the point where they didn't dare to have any ideas, no matter what. He was also the second brother of the Nan clan's 3 heroes. Now that the eldest brother wasn't here, if he didn't care about the death of the third brother, Nan Tianyong, it would be extremely damaging to his reputation. Although the South Heaven Gate was 100 or even 1,000 times smarter than a simple-minded person like Nan Tianyong, He could not help but place great importance on his reputation. Even though he had no interest in the idiot Nan Tianyong hanging in the hands of others, he had no choice but to step forward for the sake of his reputation. What's more, she was different from him, who had a cold temperament. The eldest of the three heroes of the Nan clan, Nan Tianba, was very protective of his own people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lent something as precious as the Spirit Jade card to Nan Tianyong without any hesitation. Once Nan Tianba returned and found out that his younger brother was indifferent to the death of third brother Nan Tianyong, the Southern Sky Gate could not imagine what kind of rage they would face at that time. A smart person like the Southern Sky Gate would never be so stupid as to threaten him like Nan Tianyong. The reason why he had the confidence to pay a visit to the Hong Merchant Guild was because there was a detail in Yujia's words. Lin Er was not valued by the entire Hong Merchant Guild. He was merely valued by Hong Zhong, the manager of the North Island branch of the Hong Merchant Guild. Although it was only a few words different, the meaning behind it was completely different. This Lin Er. He was an important customer valued by the entire Hong Merchant Guild. Then even if the Southern Sky Gate had 10 times the guts, he would never dare to go to the Hong Merchant Guild and threaten them to hand over Lin Er's information. As the second most famous merchant guild on the 5 islands of Heaven rank, the Hong Merchant Guild was extremely protective of their customers. Especially the important customers that they valued, they were always extremely protective of them. If Lin Er was this kind of customer, then forget about the Southern Sky Gate. Even if the 3 great pavilions of the North Island came forward to pressure the Hong Merchant Guild, it would be useless. Although businessmen pursued profits, and would often resort to unscrupulous means, the main reason why the Hong Merchant Guild was able to become the colossus it was today was because of its reputation. Without a strong reputation, it would be impossible to become a top chamber of commerce. To build such a degree of reputation, it would require years of operation. This process was very long and difficult, but it was very easy to destroy such a strong reputation. As long as they sold information about a customer, even if it was just the simplest identity, once it was spread out, it would be enough to destroy the strong reputation that had been accumulated for thousands of years. Everyone who joined the Hong Merchant Guild, even the lowest manservant, had to go through all kinds of brainwashing every day. The most basic and most important rule was to protect the Hong Merchant Guild's reputation with their lives. However, if Lin Er was only valued by Hong Zhong, then it would be much easier to deal with. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Even within the Hong Merchant Guild, it was not a monolithic block. If the higher-ups of the Hong Merchant Guild's Middle Island headquarters spoke, then Hong Zhong's position as the representative of the Hong Merchant Guild on the North Island would naturally be gone. The Southern Sky Gate knew very well that if they wanted to pry out Lin Er's identity from Hong Zhong, the first step was to separate Hong Zhong from the Hong Merchant Guild. The Southern Sky Gate did not dare to challenge the Hong Merchant Guild, but if it was only Hong Zhong, then there was still a chance to threaten them. May I ask, Martial Uncle, when are we going to the Hong Merchant Guild? Although Yuji did not know what the Southern Sky Gate was planning, he still dared to say something like going to the Hong Merchant Guild even after knowing that Nan Tianyong had suffered a setback. It was obvious that he had something to rely on in his confidence. There's no rush, let's talk about it in 2 days. Martial nephew, you should first send out the notice to search for boss's spiritual jade card. I need to prepare something and at the same time observe the situation. The Southern Sky Gate's expression was unfathomable. He then waved his hand at Yuji, indicating that he could leave. Yes, Martial Uncle. Yuji did not say anything else and respectfully kowtowed. He faced the Southern Sky Gate and carefully retreated to the door, then turned around and left. Looking at Yuji's back as he left, the Southern Sky Gate thoughtfully rubbed his chin and said to himself with a chuckle, "This kid sure pretends to be obedient, but if he wants to win my favor, he's still far from it." 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. The supervising deacon Nan Tianyong was killed in an instant near the market. After 3 days of brewing, this matter had become known to everyone. Not only the disciples of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, but even the disciples of the other 3 pavilions were discussing this matter during their leisure time. Chapter 3844. The market was a place where good and bad mixed together. Not only were there a large number of disciples from the 3 pavilions, but there were also a large number of rogue cultivators. Chapter If the murderer was a disciple from the 3 pavilions, then it would not be difficult to find the real culprit after a little investigation. However, if it was a rogue cultivator, then it would be very difficult to find the culprit. But what was surprising was that Nan Tianyong, a key figure in a key position, was killed in the territory of the three great pavilions. Everyone was just discussing it out of boredom, and it didn't cause any strong cries. No one deliberately created public opinion to pressure the higher-ups of the three great pavilions to find the real culprit as soon as possible. Nan Tianyong, the supervisor of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, had a poor relationship with others. Because of the widespread attention, the higher-ups of the Soaring Sky Pavilion had already come forward to investigate this matter. The nature of this matter could not be said to be bad. If they did not even care about Nan Tianyong, a person with a high status, being killed in his own territory, then where would the prestige of the Soaring Sky Pavilion be? How would they be able to convince the public in the future? However, although the law enforcement hall had registered this matter, they did not make any targeted big movements. It was rather cold for a period of time. After everyone had forgotten about it, they would put it on the shelf. In the world of cultivation that was filled with fighting and killing, the death of a person was a common occurrence. Unless it was a massacre like the one in the Highwater Manor where thousands of people died, it would affect the interests of certain people. Only then would a large number of people be involved. This time, if Nan Tianyong's identity as the supervisor of the Soaring Sky Pavilion was not a little sensitive, the higher-ups would not pay attention to him at all. If he died, then he died. There was nothing to be surprised about. However, under the premise that there was no special greeting from the higher-ups, the law enforcement hall was just going through the motions. In the words of the current law enforcement hall master, Ram Jia, the law enforcement hall was not bored enough to seek justice for the weak. Only the big figures of the big forces. That was the real target they needed to keep an eye on. In the eyes of most ordinary cultivators, Nan Tianyong was already a high and mighty figure. However, in the eyes of Ram Jia, he was no different from ordinary people at the bottom. He was just a lowly ant and there was no need to waste energy on him. Sure enough, if I want to give boss a satisfactory explanation, I'll have to do it myself. The South Heaven Gate had expected this to happen. After being in the Soaring Sky Pavilion for so long, it was impossible for them to not know what the authorities in the disciplinary hall were like. Then he would have wasted his time. However, he did not wait in vain for the past 3 days. After all, apart from observing the situation, he had to prepare a trump card if he wanted to personally make a trip to the Hong Chamber of Commerce. And now he had been waiting for this trump card. After calling Wuxia, the Southern Heavenly Gate immediately headed to the market square. However, he was different from Nan Tianyong. He had his own spirit jade cart, so bringing Wuxia in was not a problem. Arriving in front of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, the Southern Heavenly Gate didn't say a word. With a cold expression he strode in, while Wuxia followed closely behind. The manservant at the entrance of the Hong Chamber of Commerce immediately sensed that something was wrong. Then he glanced at Wuxia. He immediately understood. Although he didn't know who the Southern Sky Gate was, Wuxia had been coming to the Hong Chamber of Commerce quite a few times recently. Moreover, the recent disturbances were all because of him. If the manservant still couldn't recognize him, then it would be a waste of the Hong Chamber of Commerce's painstaking training. "Where's your shopkeeper?" The Southern Heavenly Gate did not even look at the manservant. He curled his lips and said condescendingly, "The 3 heroes of the Nan family were used to being arrogant. Even as smart as he was no exception. He had never been nice to his subordinates. Furthermore, even if it was for the purpose of coming here today, he had to be arrogant. Disregarding everything else, he had to first suppress the other party with his aura. Otherwise, with the cunning nature of these merchants, there was no way he could pry the truth out of their mouths. To be honest, after seeing the Southern Heavenly Gate's behavior, Wuxia, who was following behind him, was somewhat panicking. Not only did his cheap master, Nan Tianyong, suffer from the terror of the Hong Chamber of Commerce's guest chamberlains, even he himself had personally experienced it. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough to make him tremble in fear. Although the Southern Heavenly Gate was very strong, even stronger than Nan Tianyong, who was at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, Wuxia did not think that he would be able to gain any advantage over the Hong Chamber of Commerce's guest chamberlains. Even if he was not inferior to the other party in a one-on-one fight, it was not like the other party only had one guest chamberlain. Although he was on tenterhooks, Wuxia knew that he had no right to criticize the Southern Heavenly Gate. Furthermore, the Southern Heavenly Gate was not a simple person. If he did not have someone to rely on, he would not do something so stupid. After a while, the two of them were invited to a private room on the second floor by the manservant. This time, to Wuxia's surprise, the shopkeeper Hong Zhong, who was always polite to everyone, did not stand up to welcome them. "May I know what the two of you have come for?" Hong Zhong sat on a wooden armchair and drank a cup of high-quality tea while looking at the two of them. He said calmly, "The Hong Chamber of Commerce sincerely welcomes any guest. However, if you are here to cause trouble, then forgive me for not seeing you off. Don't ask for trouble." As a businessman, Hong Zhong had always welcomed guests from all over the world with a smile. However, he had never been kind to guests who had obviously come with ill intentions. As one of the top Chamber of Commerce on the 5 Great Islands, if the Hong Chamber of Commerce was too arrogant, people would say that they were bullying their customers. However, Hong Zhong knew that he had to be tough sometimes. He even had to make a show of his power every once in a while. Otherwise, if he only knew how to be patient, it would make people think that he was weak and easy to bully. They would then climb all over him and cause him endless trouble. It might even affect the impression other customers had of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, which would make business difficult. In Hong Zhong's eyes, since the two people in front of him had obviously come with ill intentions, there was no need for him to be polite. It was already very polite of him to send them off with tea. If the two of them were still so stubborn, he would have no choice but to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Ask for trouble? The Southern Heavenly Gate glanced at Hong Zhong. A mere slave of a merchant dared to be so rude to him. He could not help but feel angry. He immediately laughed coldly and said, "The Hong Chamber of Commerce is quite famous. However, I'm very curious, is this how you usually treat your guests?"